We do expect a couple more trustees to join.
Yep, yes.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. I think we've got everybody. Are we waiting for any more, Ellen?
I think you're all set to start.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the public meeting of the Board of Trustees for the University of Maine System here on January 24th, 2022. I'm going to read some language because we are participating by technology for this meeting. With the elevated COVID cases in the state, this board meeting is being held virtually in accordance with the Board of Trustee Policy 215, remote public meetings. The trustees participating by technology will be counted towards a quorum, and to confirm trustees' attendance and to ensure the trustees are able to clearly hear and understand the proceedings and each other, the clerk will take a roll call for the members of the Board of Trustees. Ellen, could I ask you to take the roll call?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
I don't believe Commissioner Macon is with us. Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
We're all set, Chair.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this meeting is being streamed on YouTube live. The Board of Trustees meeting is streamed and with closed captioning available. So to assist the captionist, please remember to mute your mic unless you are the one speaking. Otherwise, the background noise makes it very difficult. We'll start this session with our citizens' comment, and we're doing it differently for this meeting. In the past, we've been doing it by having citizens call in on a phone number. We've finally figured out the technology here so that they can actually do it by Zoom. And we have one person signed up for the citizens' comment. That will be George Rowe. He'll be speaking on the University of Southern Maine Law School building in Portland. And it'll be a minute for Ellen to bring George in, and then we'll have him share his thoughts.
Ellen, the participant has entered the room.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And it may be on our second screen. I see we have two screens, so yes. Hi, George.
George, you
Yes.
can go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is George Rowe, and I live in Portland. And my reason for taking your time today is just to understand better the systems plans for the University of Southern Maine Law School building. And my understanding from some of the public feedback in the news and whatnot is that the plan is to demolish this building. And I think that that may be ultimately the most responsible plan, but I don't think that the trustees and the system have met their burden of showing the public that they've established that this incredible piece of architecture, and more importantly, the amount of embodied carbon in all that concrete that represents the building is ready for demolition. And I just wanted to point out, last year in 2021, the Pritzker Prize which is basically the Nobel Prize for architecture, awarded that prize to two French architects who are known best for adapting and reusing buildings that most other people have determined, can't be saved. And that was a signature part of what the Pritzker Prize, was recognizing these two French architects for. And their mantra has been in their careers to never demolish. And that's a pretty extraordinary mantra and hard to implement. But I think that the University of Maine system has an opportunity here to do a brainstorming exercise, not just for Portland and not just for Maine, but maybe even the whole world, and put some kind of a competition, obviously virtual and online, to solicit feedback about how this building potentially could be saved and reused and adapted for the system's needs into the future without having to necessarily demolish it and leave it as a blank slate. You have an architecture program in Augusta, so that's a place to possibly even start this conversation. But what would be great is if you could put out there, as much as you're legally able to, all of the engineering and other evaluations of this structure that have been done over the recent past and maybe even over its lifetime, including the original blueprints, and put it out there for the world to kick the tires on and to evaluate whether there might be ways of saving this building and perhaps making it an extraordinary building. I know a lot of people do not love this building, but it's probably one of the most ambitious pieces of architecture that Maine ever accomplished post World War II and into the end of the last century. And it's a shame that it doesn't have a lot of love attached to it. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that it was never really appreciated from the beginning. I'm not even sure it was actually meant to be a law school building when it was first designed. But the opportunity here is to show that the University of Maine system is about creativity, about innovation, about forward thinking, and not just settling for the easy sort of, answer. And of course, the easiest answer is to destroy this building and level it and start with a blank slate. I think you have an opportunity here to allow others to join the conversation and show that you're at least open. It may not come to fruition, and you should be not necessarily committing yourself to changing your path, but you're open to allowing others to evaluate the structure and present for you perhaps some ideas that for your consideration, but doing it in a way that allows them to actually have some information in front of them that allows them to make those decisions responsibly and in a smart way rather than just, guessing, basically. And if you could provide information to the community and to the world, they might be able to come up with some ideas that you and your consultants and your internal deliberations haven't yet revealed. So I hope you have take the time to explore that. I know you don't have a lot of time. There is a schedule associated with this building and perhaps reusing that site sooner rather than later. But I'd be more than happy to have a discussion with anybody about this. I have no interest in, using this as anything other than an idea for you guys to pursue. And I don't seek any kind of attention or any kind of compensation or anything of that kind. But I just certainly want to bring it to your attention that there's another avenue here. And as a university system, I think you owe it to the community to perhaps pursue it, and even if it's just in some small way. Thank you.
Thank you, George. That's very interesting, and thank you for bringing it up. There will be a discussion later today in this meeting on the law school and where we stand on that. Maybe at that point, some of the speakers could comment on your thoughts there. Thank you. That was the only person we had for citizens' comment at this meeting. So I'm going to move to the chair's report, and I'm going to start off by just first acknowledging the fact that again, COVID is with us and still creating a lot of work for everybody, and I want to compliment the entire staff and faculty and all the people that work in the system to get us up and going and kicking off another semester here. We call it the spring semester, but it is kind of feels like the winter semester, but it's greatly appreciated. I know I'm speaking for myself, but I also know the Board of Trustees are also very grateful for all the work that it takes to open up and get going, and particularly with the backdrop of the current virus, which is hopefully going to be the last version of the COVID virus. We all hope, and maybe before I term out, we can actually have a meeting in person. It would be good. So thank you for that. The second topic, we actually have two updates I'd like to turn to our search committee chairs for in terms of the presidential search. And I'll start with the University of Maine Augusta presidential search and ask Trustee Bartholomew if you would give us an update on that search.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will. Thanks everyone for your time today. The search for the next president of the University of Maine at Augusta has made significant progress since I last reported to the board. The prospectus was completed and is posted on the university's website and the Storbeck search portal. That's our consultants helping with the search. That is the primary tool for communication regarding the search. It will be supplemented by periodic updates sent to the community by email. The search committee met in December to refine its understanding of the different career arcs that could lead an individual to become a strong candidate. At that meeting, the committee also reviewed board policy and procedures for the search and the freedom of access law. The committee met last week to review applications and select candidates for preliminary interviews that will occur over the next several weeks. Following those interviews, the committee will select finalist candidates to be invited for further review. It is a pleasure to work with the committee, support staff at the campus and system, and the consultants from Storbeck Search. We are on track to complete the search in the spring. Are there any questions? Good. Hearing none, I will turn it back to you, Chair. Oh, you're on mute, Mark.
Thank you. And I'll now turn to the University of Southern Maine presidential search and the chair of that committee, Trustee Irwin, for a short update on that.
Good morning, everyone. Still morning. I am pleased to report that the search for the next president of the University of Southern Maine is well underway. The committee has been formed in accordance with the composition spelled out in board policy with the added community representatives that the board authorized. Our search consultants, Academic Search, held extensive due diligence sessions to obtain input from the community, including town hall sessions and meetings with groups such as shared governance senates, campus leaders, and the Board of Visitors. An online survey was also available for USM constituents to provide input into the search. The committee held its first meeting on December 16th. Chancellor Malloy presented his charge to the committee with priorities for the next president and desired qualifications and characteristics. The committee also discussed implicit bias with Chief Human Resources Officer Loretta Shields and reviewed the policies and procedures that will govern our work. Our consultants, Academic Search, developed a prospectus for the position, which is now posted on their website and the UMS website. Position ads are being placed in national and state outlets to cast as broad a net as possible, in addition to the focused recruitment by the consultants at Academic Search. Our primary search consultants are Catherine Haley and Ginny Horvath, both of whom are former university presidents and experienced search consultants. Recruitment will continue for about the next month. Late in February, the search committee will select candidates for preliminary interviews, and following that first round of interviews and reference checking, the committee will select finalists for further review. It became apparent in December that our initial timeline was not realistic. Because the committee was not ready to meet until mid-December and the profile could not be completed prior to the holidays, our goal of completing the search by late March would have shortcut the needed time for recruitment, and committee consideration of candidates. As a result, Chair Gardner graciously agreed to set a meeting of the Executive Committee for mid-April to receive the Chancellor's recommendation for the appointment of the next USM president. While it is too early to see the response of candidates to the opening, I think we are well positioned for a successful search, thanks to the many people who provided input and to the work of the committee, consultants, and staff at the system and campus levels. And on that note, I particularly want to thank Trustees Eames and Cates for being part of this effort, and of course, Jim Thalen, Tracy Bigney, and Sandy Sullivan for their support of the committee. And we look forward to concluding our work in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earl.
Happy to answer questions if there are any.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Irwin. Very good. The last thing I want to acknowledge here, we have an outgoing graduate student representative at the University of Maine. And the University of Maine System Board of Trustees wants to present to Amaya Karapar a certification of appreciation for his dedication and leadership as a graduate student and representative to the Board of Trustees from the University of Maine. Amaya's term was January 2020 to January 2022. And we do have a certificate, and it will be mailed to Amaya soon, as soon as we can. I guess that will happen in the next few weeks or sooner. And again, want to thank Amaya for his time and appreciation of the board for participating in being that representative. And with that, I conclude the chair's report. I'm going to turn it to Chancellor Malloy for his report.
Thank you, Chair. My report will be relatively brief, but I do have a few things that I wanted to point out, not the least of which is we started classes last Tuesday on schedule with permitting some local adjustments based on situations that presented themselves at different campuses. We made the decision to move forward after long contemplation with presidents and others. Ultimately, we came to the conclusion that we are in a very different situation today than we were almost 2 years ago. Not only do we understand more about the disease and how the disease is progressing through various variants, but also the presence of a vaccination which is highly effective, at least with Omicron, with respect to lessening the results of or the complications related to the COVID experience, not necessarily eliminating it and not necessarily preventing all who are vaccinated from from developing that disease, but nonetheless has proven itself as a very strong tool in preventing hospitalizations and more serious hospitalizations, even when they occur on a statistically proven basis. And also, I should point out that we learned a lot about ourselves in that period of time with extraordinary cooperation by faculty, staff, and students. And most particularly, I want to thank our students for their Herculean efforts in holding down the disease in all of the semesters that we have thus far experienced. I will say to you that we opened understanding that Omicron is a different variant with various different characteristics, but we do know that masking is helpful in controlling the disease. We do know that the access to testing is highly important, particularly those who are not vaccinated. And we are watching on a daily basis changes in advice from Maine CDC and the federal CDC with respect to their new discoveries of information statistically driven about the current variant. We did decide to give, as I previously mentioned, a little more leeway on a campus by campus basis, understanding that some students, some faculty, some staff are more at risk, or members of their family are more at risk under certain circumstances. And we wanted to give ourselves a 2-week period of time to figure all of that out and to work with faculty, staff, and students as the case may be. But we also were driven by the understanding that our students want an in-classroom experience, and those students who are experiencing a residential experience want that experience as well. I believe we've stood up our efforts extraordinarily well. We are already looking at an in excess of 95% vaccination rate amongst our audience of on-campus students, faculty, and staff. That number is approximately almost 21,000 people with a 95% compliance rate or better, depending on how one measures compliance vis-a-vis testing when excused from vaccination and the like. So I've shared that information with trustees. I wanted to say that publicly, that we are thankful to all of our students, faculty, and staff. We are taking into consideration, as we always have, the science of the disease and the development of that science of that disease. And we feel that we are doing the responsible thing. With respect to your agenda, it is a full agenda. Lots of activity to be undertaken in this meeting, but you have asked us specifically to examine and be aware of the demographic challenges of our system, the financial challenges of our system, and quite frankly, the infrastructure challenges of our system. I believe in some way all of those issues are being talked about and discussed as we speak, whether it's the introduction of new programs or the development of additional steps to be taken in consideration of our students and our physical plan. With that, Chair, I think I would say we have a pretty long agenda, probably some good discussion items to be undertaken. I do also want to say one other thing, that we will be actively engaged in reviewing all of our policies with respect to personnel. We do have a personnel head of that department now who has some time with us. And we will, on a structured basis, be reviewing all policies to make sure that we are in compliance with today's standards and with all applicable federal and state laws. And with that, I know that's probably less than the 15 minutes you allotted me, but I'm careful about your agenda and what time we're going to be done today.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chancellor. So we'll take on at least a couple more topics, and then we'll look at where we are and probably call for a short lunch break after the next two agenda items. So if we are a little bit ahead, but I'm going to hopefully we can, if we need to skip over somebody because of the timing of being ahead at the moment, we can do that. But otherwise, I'll turn to tab 1, which would be the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovations report from Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy, and I'll turn it to her.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. I'm going to share my screen. Hope this works. Is it showing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, how do I get it off of the double screen?
Use slideshow.
Use slideshow. Okay, there we are. Thank you. Needed a little help. Okay, everybody can see. I'm pleased to be able to give an update today on where we are with work in building out the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research's activities. And so I have really 3 categories of activity that I'd like to discuss with you today, and just very quick updates on each. One is the work that we are working to do across the system to expand the system's R&D capacity through fairly extensive campus engagement. The first round of that campus engagement was part of the Chancellor's visits to campuses in the last semester, and so I was able to join in on all of those and to talk directly with faculty about their R&D work and their plans and what they would like to do in connection with either expanding their work or, in many cases, applying it even more completely to their efforts in undergraduate instruction. So my next step following this, and I'll talk about the excellent work that my associate Jason Charland is doing on this front, but this semester we are launching into a series of individual meetings with campus leaders, with presidents, provosts, and others to talk specifically about how each campus sees itself in the overall research landscape. Do they wish to be engaged in certain strategic areas? Are there choices that would be made on a campus in terms of where their focus might be, where to invest energy? Again, this interest in connecting research to undergraduate learning is very strong among faculty. So wanting to discuss that now with the leadership. And everything from how are faculty evaluated and what capacity is there on these campuses to put together external funding proposals across different ranges of activity. We want to understand better. The University of Maine has several offices within our Vice President for Research area. The Office of Research Development is headed by Jason Charlin, and you've met him and you've heard about his good work. But the Office of Research Administration, the Office of Research Compliance, the Coordinated Operating Research Facilities Core, which is a set of instruments and access to materials, and also even aspects of research computing. Those are all things that we do and have available here at UMaine. And as we work to make our system-wide focus broader, we want to be sure we understand what will be needed from those facilities as we move out. So that's being taken up in these conversations with faculty. Here's just a little bit of an update on some of the work underneath expanding the capacity. So we have this year's UMS Grants Academy group of 32 researchers from across the system. Third cohort led by the Office of Research Development and Jason Charlin. This is a program that invites faculty from across the system to come together as a cohort to begin to explore how they might pursue their own research agendas with external funding. And so what the office does is they create tailored funding opportunity guides for each of these Grants Academy participants, where they put together the best bet funding opportunities for those individuals and try to help them seek external support. What's really interesting about this year's group is that they span the full range of our disciplines. There are faculty in law and business, music, education, the liberal arts, the humanities, and then the STEM fields. So they get these lists and they work together with each other, with colleagues on their campuses and with us at UMaine to try to put together proposals as needed. So this is a pretty exciting endeavor, and it's generating great interest across the system. Another piece of expanding our capacity, and you've heard a bit about this before, is our work with the federal jobs and recovery dollars that have come through to Maine, and we are looking to expand our capacity through a set of 10 different projects. The MEJRP projects, Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan projects, are in process right now. It's a fairly elaborate process that involves review at multiple levels of different types of documents as we go forward to be sure that these proposals will work with the state of Maine and will meet U.S. Department of Treasury guidance. So that, with the tremendous work and leadership of Sam Warren, is moving ahead well, and these are all in different stages of being ready to either be fully submitted to the state or needing a little bit more review, but we're very optimistic. And what's interesting about these, several of them are facilities, but what's interesting about, I think, each one of them is that there will be a component that's devoted to workforce preparation. And you see those preliminary numbers cited here. So that work is ongoing and we're very optimistic about where this will land. Then two new funding opportunities that I'll just mention very briefly. You've seen some of this in the press. The first is the EDA, Department of Commerce, Build Back Better Regional Challenge, where the University of Maine is a finalist in this $1 billion competition. We received a $500,000 planning grant to prepare the full proposal, and that work is well underway right now. The full project is aimed at accelerating growth in the forest bioeconomy. And so this elaborate project, a statewide project, has 8 separate subcomponents, sub-grants, activities. UMaine is the lead. The Maine Forest Products Council is a partner, the Maine Development Foundation, the State Department of Economic and Community Development, Maine Community College System, a variety of other community and private sector partners. So this development work is underway, very exciting. It requires a substantial match. And our team is hard at work, working across the system to engage folks in the activity of trying to bring these dollars to Maine. There were only 60 finalists, and the potential of being funded, we're hopeful here, so we'll see what happens. A second major funding opportunity, the Good Jobs Challenge, also EDA, University of Maine, in collaboration with several others across the system, leading a new proposal development here with a focus on development of job opportunities in education and in the healthcare sector with a focus on nursing. So this work is coming along rather quickly, and we expect that to be submitted on time in early February, with elaborate plans to really build up the opportunity to address workforce challenges in education, specifically in the teaching professions and in nursing. So all of that work we're hoping is engaging system-wide and enabling people with these sorts of interests to come and be partners in these activities. The last new funding opportunity that I'll mention is Maine EPSCoR, a program that has been based at the University of Maine for decades, but where there's recompetition required, and there can be new partners and new emphases. And so we are in a process right now where there's been a call out to the entire state for nominations for new projects, new themes, new ideas, new participants, possibly new leads for the next NSF EPSCoR submission. And late in December, I believe the topic nominations came in, and there's a process where those materials will be evaluated, and the development of the proposal will go forward over the next many months. So we're way out on the front end of this, but an opportunity to really partner across the state in exciting ways that will be happening in the coming months. And then finally, as I said, wanting to be sure that we're able to focus. There's tremendous interest in figuring out how to connect research to instruction. And so I share these slides simply to point out that I expect that we'll see a lot more discussion over the coming months and weeks with our colleagues across the system about ways to do that, particularly in an era where AI, computing, data science are so ubiquitous, and we have so many researchers across the system working in areas that advance those fields or that apply them. And so we really have tremendous opportunity to connect that to our instruction here. And with that, I think that's it. So thank you for the chance to just give you a quick update.
Thank you, President Freeney-Mundy. Is there any questions or comments from the group? Okay, I don't see any. That's great work and a lot of activity underway, and it's good to see that some of these grant programs are available, and we're a part of facilitating and driving them. That's good. With that, I'll now turn to tab 2, and this is the Vice Chancellor for Strategic Initiatives. It will give a report on our strategic planning, and I'm going to ask Vice Chancellor Thielen to start it off, and I'm sure he'll have others that will join him.
Sure. Well, thank you, Chair Gardner. Of course, as we are embarking on a strategic planning effort, maybe it goes without saying that one of the things we aspire to is to be more nimble. And with being a few minutes ahead of schedule, we're going to test that out right here to see if we can get a couple of people from our consulting team to join our Zoom meeting a few minutes ahead of schedule. So I will go ahead and start. I know that our clerk's office is working on that in the background right now. So thank you to them for that effort. You'll recall, of course, that the board has charged Chancellor Malloy with undertaking a strategic planning effort to prepare and submit to the board for your consideration and approval the first full-fledged traditional, if you will, strategic plan since the 2004-2005 timeframe. Of course, over that time, there have been a number of strategic statements, strategic directions, strategic initiatives that the board has launched, pursued, implemented, and brought to realization. But this is the first since 2004, 2005 of what we would consider to be a strategic plan, a traditional strategic plan that is prepared based upon input from all of our stakeholders across the system. So we've appreciated that charge. Of course, a corollary of that effort will be to consider where all of our universities are in the system with their own strategic planning efforts. Strategic planning happens on 2 levels, of course, in our system. System-wide, which of course covers the entire enterprise. And then university by university under board policy, our universities conduct their own strategic planning, typically covering 5-year cycles. So the ultimate strategic plan that we will prepare and bring to the board through a process that will cover the next 12 to 18 months will take into account what our universities are doing, but also find in that a statewide vision for public higher education in Maine. So Ellen, as I'm talking there, do we have a brief update on the status of the Huron team?
Emailed them. I have not heard back.
Okay. I will keep going then. We did go through a somewhat expedited solicitation process to identify interested parties who could assist us in the strategic planning effort. We ultimately had 8 strong proposals from national and even internationally known vendors who participate in strategic planning work, specifically in the higher education sector. We had a representative team from across the system and our university leadership to evaluate those proposals. And ultimately, we settled on the Huron Consulting Group. I'm happy to say that we have engaged them. They've been on the ground with us, rolling up their sleeves over the last couple of weeks already, really since the turn of the calendar year. And we've had a chance to have them have a couple of early significant engagements already with the board's ad hoc strategic planning committee, which consists of a handful of trustees. I think 7 trustees of this board participate in that committee. We've already had the Huron Consulting team spend some time with our University System President's Council. You'll recall the President's Council is a monthly meeting of all of our presidents, the main law dean and senior system staff to cover issues that have system-wide significance. We had a significant early engagement with the Huron team talking about setting up for and rolling out the process for strategic planning. Of course, the plan is where we ultimately want to go, but the process is important too. And we're spending a lot of time right now with the Huron team building out that process. Another group that we are in the midst of constituting is what we'll call a strategic planning working group, which will have representatives from across the system as well, to do really the on-the-ground day-to-day work with the Huron team, considering the input that we've gathered from all of the universities, from the stakeholder groups that will occur. And synthesizing that and helping to build alignment and ensure alignment between our President's Council and the board's ad hoc strategic planning committee. All of that work is already kicked off. 2 significant things I anticipate happening and that I can preview for you here. One is we expect the Huron team to really begin their input gathering, stakeholder meeting groups, if you will, online surveys, in-person meetings, interviews. We'll do a lot of that virtually, of course, in our current environment. That will kick off in earnest in early February. So we're just a week or 2 out from beginning that process. That will be a very important part of the process. The other thing that I can speak to is where we expect to have significant check-ins between the Huron team, of course, all of the system leadership that participates in these board meetings, and the board itself meeting during its regular board meeting cycle. And we anticipate roughly 6-month check-ins, and I'll briefly explain what we expect those to be. The first, we're targeting this coming May. So going 2 meetings out in our regular board meeting cycle. At your regular May meeting, we anticipate having the Huron Consulting team working with us to prepare a preliminary report of what they're hearing in their stakeholder engagement work through the first couple of months of the effort. That will be important in part because at the same time, the system will be finalizing its self-study for the unified accreditation effort in our ongoing interaction with the New England Commission on Unified Accreditation. That's the first point at which we anticipate
looking at initial alignment between what we're hearing as we gather input for the strategic plan and where we're going and how we are describing our work for unified accreditation in our self-study document that we'll submit to NETCHI this coming summer. So we'll be finalizing the self-study, we'll be analyzing the initial input gathered for strategic planning, and that's our first major alignment opportunity, and we anticipate having the Huron team share their thinking with us to a full board meeting at your regularly scheduled May meeting. Ellen, just again, a quick check. Do we have our Huron folks with us?
We do. We have Kathy and Brina.
Okay, great. I'll finish up on my preview of our board engagement plan, and then I'll turn over to the Huron team to introduce themselves. So I talked about the May, this May of 22 engagement opportunity. The next one we would anticipate being a significant check-in with the full board would come following the comprehensive evaluation visit that we'll have from the NETCHI evaluation team. That's scheduled for early October of this year. We'll have the NETCHI evaluation team a meeting with us on site, visiting all of our campuses, evaluating our initial efforts under unified accreditation from an accreditation standpoint. When those meetings end at the end of the first week of October, we'll have a debrief session with the visiting team, the evaluation team, if you will. That will give us another opportunity to check progress on where we are with strategic planning. And we anticipate coming to the board at its regular November meeting to report on that check-in. And then finally, we're going to look ahead to the completion of the evaluation with NETCHI. What we anticipate will be a reaccreditation for a full 10-year period of unified accreditation. We expect to have a meeting with the full NETCHI commission sometime in the spring, and then follow that meeting with another check-in, what in a sense will be the final check-in with the full board and the Huron team in May of 23, where we anticipate reporting on what we believe to be the initial structure of the strategic plan, how we think that aligns with what NETCHI's reaccreditation for the whole system is, and then we will go forward to finalize the plan and have it before the board for their final consideration and approval. So that's our preliminary thinking, and I appreciate you giving me a moment to walk through it verbally here with you as we assembled the Huron team. And maybe that's a good opportunity now to introduce you to Kathy Dove, excuse me, and Brenna Casey, and I'll turn it over to Brenna.
Thank you, Jim. We are excited to be here today with you to introduce ourselves, share a little bit about Huron, and to tell you a little bit more about the timeline. So I'll invite Kathy to first introduce herself and tell us about Huron.
Thanks, Brenna, and thank you, Jim. I actually like the name Kathy Love. I may start using that going forward. We're really delighted to be working with you. I'll just give you a very quick overview of Huron Consulting and tell you a little bit about myself and turn it back to Brenna. Huron is a global consultancy. We really pride ourselves on helping our clients drive strategic growth and deal with change, which is a pretty important area of focus right now as we all go through some pretty interesting times. We were actually founded with a focus on higher education. Currently, we have a little over 1,000 professionals in our higher ed practice. We are actually the largest higher ed focused practice in the world. One of the reasons I joined Huron is we have incredible breadth in all aspects of higher education. We work with all types of institutions, small, large, public, private, non-for-profits, for-profits. One of the areas of focus, and it's the area that Brenna and I are particularly focused on, is strategic planning and strategic growth initiatives. We work at the system level, public system level. We work at the university level, and we actually even do strategic planning engagements for college and departments. So we really know higher education and are delighted to support you as you move forward with this effort. Actually, Brenna and I are both working right now at the system and university level for University of Maryland. I believe Brenna just wrapped up the system level engagement, and I'm working with the flagship on their strategic plan, and we are doing that concurrently. And again, really think about these things very strategically from all parts of the institution, because we know that's what makes a strategic planning process so important and so successful, particularly for systems. A little bit about me. Many years of higher education experience. I currently co-lead the team that focuses on strategy and academic affairs. I started life in the private sector, but in a very unplanned way was approached about a job at Cornell University, and found out I just loved the mission of higher education, and ended up spending quite a long time at Cornell. My last position at Cornell was as founding vice president for a new campus in New York City, which now is known as Cornell Tech. Again, very strategic, very much a startup, and lots of interesting challenges and opportunities as we thought about a new initiative. I was approached while I was at Cornell Tech for a presidency at a small private college, and ended up taking that. And so I spent about 6 years leading a small private college. Over the years, I've done a number of strategic plans, so couldn't have been more delighted when I made the change to Huron. I'm based in Boston, which is probably just about as cold as some of you are experiencing right now. I don't know what's going on with New England weather, but it's home for me. I started life in the Boston area. So let me turn it over to Brenna. She can introduce herself, and then she'll spend another second talking a little bit more about the timeline. Brenna?
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy. To briefly introduce myself, I am a manager in Huron's higher education strategy and operations practice, and am delighted to be the Huron manager who will be supporting the University of Maine system through its strategic planning process. I've been with Huron for 9 years and have worked with 30 institutions over that time. My work has primarily focused on strategic planning, as well as supporting institutions in visioning, developing, and executing growth and innovation strategies. I have a bachelor's degree in engineering and management from Vanderbilt University and an MBA from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. And in addition to Kathy and myself, we have 3 other Huron team members that will be supporting this strategic planning effort. Peter Stokes is our managing director, who will have frequent interaction with the board. We also have a team member named Adam Fennell, who specializes in infrastructure and operational effectiveness, and he will be used as a subject matter expert in those areas at various points in the process. And finally, Kate Gerbode Grant is an associate who will be supporting the data analysis portion of the project. Not only did Kate grow up in Maine, but has spent several years working with the state of Maine and UMS universities in her prior role to joining Huron at the College Board. So with that, we wanted to spend just a couple of minutes sharing a little bit more of the high-level timeline of activities for this strategic planning engagement. And thank you, Jim, for providing the kind of broad strokes. I'll sort of color in some of those lines here. So as Jim mentioned, we kicked off our engagement with the University of Maine system at the beginning of this month, the first business week of 2022. And our goal is to have a completed strategic plan by the fall of 2023. Over the next approximately 20 months, we've arranged the strategic planning process in 5 main phases. And throughout, we will be making sure to align with the unified accreditation process. We know that unified accreditation is not a strategy in of itself, but a tool for realizing the outcomes that the system desires to achieve. And every step of the way, we will make sure that we are in sync with the unified accreditation team and the major NETCHI milestones that unified accreditation is working towards. So just to give you a little bit of sense of the key activities in each of those 5 phases that I mentioned between now and the fall of 2023. Over the first and second quarter of this year, 2022, this will largely consist of phase 1 and phase 2 of our strategic planning process. During this time, we'll be conducting a broad stakeholder engagement process that Jim referred to. This will include internal stakeholders, faculty, staff, students, and others from each of the universities, and external stakeholders like government officials and leaders from the business community. In addition to that, we'll be doing a robust internal data analysis and an external scan of the current and future trends in the higher education market. We'll then move to phase 2, which will occur in the summer to fall of 2022. During this time, we will collect all of the strategic opportunities that have surfaced through our analysis and through the stakeholder engagement, and begin to prioritize. We know that strategic planning is as much about what you do as it is about what you decide not to do. So thus, we'll be working with the 3 governing groups that Jim spoke about to prioritize the strategic opportunity areas for the system's future. This will then lead us to phase 4, which will occur at the end of this calendar year of 2022 and the first few months of 2023. At this time, we'll begin to actually draft the strategic plan. And finally, in phase 5, which will occur in spring of 2023 to fall of 2023, this is where we will finalize the strategic plan and then begin to socialize the plan with key stakeholder groups. And as Jim mentioned, the next major milestones will be re-engaging with the full board will occur in May, when we do a report out of the early alignment between the strategic planning process and the unified accreditation process, as well as in November of 2022, and then again in May and November of 2023. We really look forward to working with you all, and it has been a pleasure thus far to meet with several University of Maine system stakeholders, and we look forward to our continued engagement. Jim, I'll pass it back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Brenna. And Chair Gardner, I would offer that as the report for now, but of course, we're happy to answer questions or have further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the trustees on what we just heard? Well, Jeannie, it's a lot of good work, and I appreciate the thoroughness of the communications here in terms of timelines and activities. It's helpful to keep that in front of us as to what the steps and the processes are, and look forward to hearing more from the Huron group too as they move along with this. So thank you. At this point, we're a little bit ahead, but I think the next couple of topics we have are around a 60-minute discussion. So I think what we'll do is we'll take our lunch break now and reconvene in 30 minutes, which will be about 5 minutes to 1. And that hopefully during that time, people can adjust to the new timing here in terms of if you got presenters who might be presenting. So we're going to gain a little bit of about a half an hour from the original schedule, take a lunch break now, come back at 5 of 1. And we'll pick up at that point with the report for the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. And we'll go from there. And I would recommend, I think it's easier to stay logged on than it is to log off and then try to come back on. So if, as we take a break, if you just stay on, it's much easier for everybody. Thank you.
Mark, you're on mute if you're trying to talk. You still are mute.
How about now?
Perfect.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for being prompt on the mute, on the lunch, and I'm unmuted finally. I have 3 clicks. We're going to get started with the agenda again. We're going to pick up with the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs report, and I'm going to turn it to Vice Chancellor Placido. I know you have at least a couple of different topics for us, and we're all looking forward to hearing that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And our first topic today is the faculty spotlight, which I appreciate the opportunity to do. I think it gives the board an opportunity to see what we all see behind the curtain. So today we have co-directors Amy Johnson from USM and Janet Fairman from here to give us an overview of the Maine Education Policy Research Institute. And I just wanted to give a thanks to Sam Warren for bringing this to our attention. This is really great work, and I hope you appreciate the presentation this afternoon. So I don't know who's going first, Amy or Janet? Go ahead.
I will kick us off. And once I get my slides going here. There we go. Are we good with the screen share here? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And thanks to the Board of Trustees for inviting us here to give you an overview about the Maine Education Policy Research Institute. I am Amy Johnson, and I'm at the University of Southern Maine. I've been with USM for over 20 years, and I've been with MEPRI for over 15 years. And Janet and I have been co-directors of MEPRI for about the past 6 years. Then along the way, in my time at USM, I've also earned my doctorate in my PhD in the public policy program here. So my roots in the UMaine system are deep. Janet?
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Janet Fairman. I'm an associate professor of education at the University of Maine. This is my 20th year, also in MEPRI for 20 years. And as Amy mentioned, we've been co-directing together for the past 6 years. I have a PhD in education policy from the Rutgers University. I actually did my dissertation in part on Maine education policy. Didn't know that I was going to move up here with my family, but I did. I teach graduate research methods courses, and I conduct research in areas such as STEM education, education reform, school and teacher leadership. So we'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about the background, the history of MEPRI's mission and its structure. It was created 27 years ago by the legislature, through statute, and it is a cooperative agreement and partnership between the University of Maine system and the state legislature. The mission is to conduct objective, nonpartisan research, evaluation of education programs, and policy analysis to inform education policy decisions at all levels. And the state and legislature, as you know, and the Maine Department of Education don't really have a full-time research staff. So this partnership with higher education really provides that capacity and expertise to conduct this work. MEPRI is structured by a co-location. It's centered at both USM and UMaine. It is co-directed. We both oversee very small part-time research teams. And we typically conduct anywhere between 5 and 8 roughly projects in total per year. We divide those projects up based on our relative strengths and expertise and topics that we're studying, and we also share some of the projects. So there's a high degree of collaboration across our 2 campuses, and Amy and I are in constant communication. The process of developing the work plans really starts with our advisory steering committee, and those are representatives of different education stakeholder groups, which provide information about what are the really hot topics and pressing issues and challenges in education. Those ideas then go to the state legislature, to the education committee, and they prioritize them and vote on them. And then that becomes our work plan for the next year. In addition to the contract we have with the state legislature, we also have other MEPRI contracts with the Maine Department of Education.
And as Janet mentioned, we do have a steering committee, as you've seen here, with a broad representation of different education stakeholder groups in Maine. Because the statute that established MEPRI back in 1995 has not been revised since then, we also invite some other organizations to come and attend on an ad hoc basis to our meetings, including the Maine Community College System. This stakeholder group is really key because the work plan topics that wind up in our annual plan with the legislature really begin with this group. These representatives are instrumental in identifying the challenges and needs that are most pressing to their stakeholders. And they are responsible for proposing a plan for the Ed Committee to consider. So this gives these practitioners a direct conduit to be able to get their voices to the Education Committee in terms of what they think the biggest priorities are. And their ranked priority list, when it gets to the Ed Committee, usually strongly influences what our final work plan looks like. So they really start the process off. In addition to being the genesis of our initial topic list for legislators to consider, they also contribute to our research with things like encouraging survey participation among their members when we have a research project that directly engages them. They act as a sounding board when we have questions or concerns that come up during the course of our research. And they also help us with disseminating our reports.
So we'd like to describe just a few of the topics that we've examined in the past. And many of these you'll see are recurring, ongoing priorities and challenges in education, both for the state of Maine and nationally as well. One of the topics that we've collaborated on, and my campus has led some projects on, is in the area of school leadership for pre-K to grade 12 schools. And that's an area of ongoing challenge to attract people to the profession and to retrain them, to support them properly. And related to that is the area of teacher workforce development. Again, some of the same challenges of attracting people into the profession of teaching, supporting them, and retaining them. And these are challenges both for teachers and leaders that we see particularly in rural areas of Maine, which struggle to keep their education workforce when they're competing against higher salaries in neighboring communities. Other areas we've looked at is progress and challenge in expanding pre-K education in Maine. That's a very high priority in the state of Maine. And finally, we have ongoing research to understand how Maine and other states are meeting the challenges currently of supporting teachers and students throughout the COVID pandemic.
And at USM, I'm not going to read every line on this slide, but you can see there's some overlap with the areas of expertise that the University of Maine has, and also some areas that are a little bit different. Looking broadly, USM also has an emphasis on workforce and workforce development, including educators, but also looking at career and technical education. And then there's some other specific examples mentioned here of projects we've done recently. And then one of the areas that's a particular area of expertise at USM is school funding. And so we are responsible for looking at Maine's K-12 school funding formula called the Essential Programs and Services Model with a 3-year cycle of component reviews. So as a result, the staff we have here at USM is strongly quantitative in some of the expertise that we bring to this work, to our legislative work, but especially to this Department of Education contract.
So in thinking about our strengths and areas to grow, I'll talk about the strengths. And obviously, the primary strength is this unique structure that's been created, initiated by the legislature, but a partnership at all levels, a partnership between the legislature, University of Maine system, and higher ed. It's also a partnership across our campuses as we collaborate on this work, and partnership with our school districts because they participate in our studies and answer our questions. It enables us to build the capacity and expertise we need to provide objective, timely data and research, sound research that is nonpartisan and objective to inform decision-making, both at the state level, but it's also used locally at the local level. And, you know, reflecting on that too, over the years, because we've been doing this work, MEPRI's existed for 27 years, we've built up a strong reputation of trust and respect, I think, for the work that MEPRI has done. And that's important, that track record. Because of that work, these committees, legislative committees beyond the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee would very much like to have something like MEPRI to support their work. So the system and others have been in conversation with, you know, is there an opportunity to replicate this model that really is unique? We haven't seen it in other states, and I think it's really a gem. We also wanted to make you aware that we engage our graduate students in the research and the work that we do, and this helps to build their research skills as they're preparing to do a dissertation project. It helps them to also understand the policymaking process. So very important experience for them. And finally, we of course engage our faculty who have relevant expertise, really deep understanding and expertise in the topics that we study, from special education to early childhood, STEM education, or educational administration. We draw in faculty based on the topic of the work plan project. And this also benefits faculty. It gives them access to schools, opportunities to engage with policymakers directly, and opportunities to publish their research.
And then, like any organization, we also have areas where we're still working on areas of growth for us. Top of our list is really dissemination. With 5 to 8 topics in any given year, these tend to be kind of quick turnaround. And as soon as we finished one briefing, we are ready to go on to the next one. And so one thing that we're really trying to figure out is a way to carve out time and energy to be able to, at the conclusion of a legislative session or maybe after a briefing, think about the targeted audiences that might want to get a version of that briefing or have a special reports or one-pagers or things like that. That's something that we haven't yet been able to get to, because as soon as we finish one round of projects, we're moving on to the next year's work plan. But that's something that's on our wish list. Also, another area of challenge is that while it's incredibly important for us to engage in the University of Maine system faculty, it's also a challenge. We can't be experts in everything. We really need to tap those experts in certain areas. But if we happen to come across a topic that isn't directly in a faculty member's area of scholarship, they don't have a lot of free time to volunteer to just, we'll just do an extra research project with MEPRI. So that's something we're always kind of trying to find that balance of making sure that we are engaging faculty in a way that is comfortable and reasonable within their load. And then the other challenge, the big challenges, I guess, that we would say is really about our contract and some of the logistics of this. We are a system level entity on paper, but we actually exist within 2 separate campuses within the infrastructure. And so we have 2 campuses involved. We have the legislature, and the budget for this work actually sits in the Maine Department of Education's appropriation. So there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen when it comes time to our annual contract. We've made some tweaks to improve things along the way, but I think that's an area that may need some continued conversation if we do expand this model to other legislative committees. And then the last challenge is that the resources for this contract have been fixed for about 20 years. We haven't gone back and really figured it out, but we've been at the same level of funding for a long time. And with inflation, we can't continue to keep up the same level and volume of work as we've done all along. So that's something that we either have to figure out how to do less or worry about a larger appropriation. And we're happy to talk about these challenges and areas of growth in more detail if you find any of these worthy of conversation.
So lastly, we're just sharing our website here if you'd like to look at any of our recent research reports, and we're happy to take your questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, very, very good information. Is there any questions or comments for the two presenters?
Chair, I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Amy and Janet, great presentation, and that work you're doing, giving us the analysis and the information to make sound decisions, or many different constituencies to make sound decisions, is hard to come by often, and highly relevant. And I'm just curious, and you did speak to this briefly at the end of your presentation, but are your research outcomes published and publicly available? Is it at mepri.maine.edu where you post all of them?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we try to post our reports usually the night before a briefing, but within 24 hours at a minimum.
We've also posted them through our library databases, those archives.
Yeah, the digital commons.
Yeah, the digital commons. And I've had people from out of state, Vermont and across the country contact me and see when they're searching for topics, they see our research and they want to know what's happening in Maine.
And then how are you getting recommendations for new areas of further study and examination?
So the way that it starts every year, and again, we do work for the Maine Department of Education, in which case it's whatever, but specifically our most high profile work is with the legislature. The process begins every year really with us, with the MEPRI steering committee. We start by accessing the practitioners and the folks on that stakeholder group to say, what are the biggest topics that you think we need to be discussing in policy venues this year? And so they give a ranked list of topic ideas to the education committee. Right about now is when we start that process. And then by the end of this legislative session, the education committee, all the members themselves will look at the topics we've proposed, which again have come up through our stakeholders. They'll add to the list if they have a new idea, and then they finalize which topics they want us to look at in the coming fiscal year.
Great, thank you very much.
And we do have a University of Maine system rep in that committee as well.
Mr. Chair? Mark, Mr. Chairman?
You're on mute, Mark.
Trustee Rotundo was next. Roger, and I'll come back to you. If that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your great work. I think for those of us who served on the legislature's education committee, we can attest to the invaluable and important work that you're doing. And I'm so pleased to see you thinking about how you can get this information out to more targeted audiences, your research. And I hope you'll continue to think about how you can get it out to the larger public and as well, because a lot of the work that you're doing is important for the public to understand. And I know you do that as well, but I hope you continue to get that good research out there so that more people can understand the issues that you're grappling with and that we're grappling with in education in the state at this point. So thank you very much for your work. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. That is definitely something that's a priority. One of the challenges is that although I think we do an okay job of disseminating our reports, the problem is that most stakeholders really aren't going to dig into a 40-page report. And so the challenge is at the end of a briefing to figure out what's the most valuable nuggets out of this. How might we turn this into a one-page or a position paper that you could then hand to a different stakeholder group? And that's the thing that takes a little bit of extra something. And so outside of going to things like the Maine Superintendent's Conference and places like that, which we do, we're trying to figure out how to find other venues, especially in this day and age of digital everything, to get the messages out, just the nuggets.
Thank you.
I've also tried some op-ed pieces in the newspapers. They're really not interested in printing what we have found.
Okay.
It's just sad,
That's
but that's
bad
true.
commentary. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Case?
Thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to what Peggy just said. I didn't serve on the Education Committee in the legislature, but I certainly saw what went on in that committee, and there's so much skepticism about getting unbiased and objective information from which to make policy decisions. And we're always very jealous of the Education Committee because they had NEPRI to give them exactly that, and really a really trusted voice. My question is, if I missed it, I apologize because I was off for a couple of minutes earlier, but can you just give us an example of 2 or 3 topics you've been working on now? And if you've already answered it, tell me so and I'll learn it from somebody else. But among the 4 or 5 topics you were given this past year, can you just give us 2 or 3 of them?
Go ahead, Janet.
Sure. Well, we've been exploring together with Amy's team at USM and my team at UMaine how school districts and schools and teachers are delivering instruction to students and how that's shifted from last year to this school year. We've looked at kids in special education, specifically, how are they receiving services at home or in school or through telehealth? We're looking at other regular education students this year, and are there new ideas that have percolated up that might be useful even after the pandemic? And now we're also doing a very broad literature review to look at what other states are doing and how they're using their relief funding. So that gets at all kinds of policy, but also programs and practices and strategies. So we try to learn. In Maine, we're often at the cutting edge and we're leaders in education, I think. That's why I chose it to do my dissertation project here. But we're also looking with an open eye at what other states are doing to gather other ideas. And we'll bring those back to the Education Committee, and through our reports, school districts can gain those ideas as well. Amy?
Thank you. Go ahead if you want, but thank you very much and keep up the great work.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, could I just add one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I was a member of the Education Committee, and one of the things I often found frustrating about the Education Committee was that there was a lot of sort of legislating by anecdote, because everybody went to school in some form or maybe attended college, and there's a lot of sort of, well, when I was in school, we did this, so let's do that, right, for policy. And MEPRI provides a really wonderful legislating by research and best practice approach for the legislature that I think is a model for the country and is a really powerful example of cross-campus collaboration and having an independent perspective that brings together a rather disparate group of stakeholders. If you look at the stakeholder slide, I can tell you, having been in the legislature in education and appropriations with Peggy and Roger and others, those are the committees where all of those people come to fight sometimes, to be honest. And the MEPRI workload is always really related to what are the problems we need solved now and what are the problems we can anticipate for the future. So I just wanted to add my kudos. I'm really glad to see that despite some of the insanity of the last many years, that you're going strong. I'm sorry your budget hasn't been increased for 20 years. Super sorry that I wasn't a part of doing something about that, I guess, in the legislature. I will say that. And also on a personal note, I had Professor Fairman as a faculty member in my graduate program, and it was an outstanding course. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to share those comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. It's good to see you again.
Any other comments or questions from trustees? All right. Well, thank you, Amy and Janet, for the very informative presentation and information. I think I know I learned a lot, and some others did too. And it was good work. So thank you. I'll turn it back to you.
Yes, and thank you both from me. And as we, this is the reason I am so optimistic about UA collaboration. We talk about systemness. I think we have a bright future because we have people like you that know how to do it and will help guide the rest of us. So appreciate your efforts and really glad that we could get you in. The board should know that they were on the list a couple of times, and so I'm glad to get you in the beginning of the year. Good way to kick off the year. So thanks again. So we'll move on to the next topic, sir, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll share my screen. Are we all seeing the right screen? My notes or the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks again. Carolyn Dorsey and I presented this information at ASA board meeting at the beginning of the month. A few of the board members provided us some feedback and specifically asked us to clarify how the system has reacted to these data trends. So today we modified our presentation a little bit. I'll present the trends like I did before, and then I'll turn to Carolyn so she could emphasize the points of action. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll provide 6, I'll call them principles of strategies that the presidents and others helped me formulate to give you a sense of how we've been dealing with this. So you may recall that we had Nathan Braw speak to the board in just after the release of his 2018 book, Demographics and the Demand for Higher Education. The board members were, or a few board members have asked me after that if he's updated his information, and he has since put out a new book called The Agile College that provides that update. We did get the pleasure of actually seeing him present this at the NECHI conference in November. So big kudos to him and how he's informing the whole country on what's going on with national demographics related to college-bound populations. So I'll share his projections, some of ours. I'd like to give multiple lenses. You know, we talk about data. One data set can tell a story very contrary to another one. So we like to triangulate these kinds of things. So you'll see Nathan's, ours. We'll talk about where we are in our enrollment trends for spring and for next fall on applications and so forth. So I'll dive right in here. So this first slide, Nathan shared this at his NECHI conference. The graph shows the fertility rate by state. And hopefully you'll notice that New England and particularly Maine have the lowest fertility rate. So if we're not having very many kids today, we will have fewer high schoolers 18 years from now. That's just how that works, unless you have a ton of influx, which we do not. You can see that the demographic trends are not the same. Texas, I just happen to know some detail there. They're dark blue, so they're doing just fine in terms of growth in population. But as it turns out, if you wanted to dig in there, you'll see that they're having a dramatic change in who the population is. And many of those students are coming from families who don't traditionally go to college. So while it looks like they have a great future, they have their own sets of challenges. So triangulating Nathan's data to our own, he was talking about fertility rates, and you can see that from this graph, this is our own data from a variety of Maine data sources, the blue bar being live births in Maine, and the orange bar being the high school graduates. You can see they're not perfectly in line there. They're slightly offset in terms of the slope, but as one goes down, the other one goes down. That's the major point I wanted to present there. Okay, I'll spend just a little bit more time than I did an ASA on this slide because I think I offered more confusion than answers with this. So this is a graph that Nathan shares, which is interesting because it talks about population histories, but also provides their projection on population. So but it is confusing. So that middle point is our current enrollment, and then everything else is related to that middle point. So Maine is that orange line, if you can pick out my mouse and see that orange line here. Relative to today, if you were to go back to about 2008, we are 20% down from 2008. Does that make sense? So this 1.2, these are percentage changes from the current enrollment date. So going down 20% from 2008, you can see there was a slight increase. So if you want to look at from 2005, 10% down. Now moving forward, that orange bar, you'll see that it flattens out or goes up just a smidge for a couple of years, and then it continues to go down. So by the time you get to 2035, the estimate relative to today would be an additional 10%. And so just to sort of highlight those, oops, I went backwards instead of highlight those bars to be more visible, you can see that that's about the first slope is our past and the next slope is our future in terms of Nathan's prediction. I did share with the board last week our own internal projections too that give the actual numbers there, but they match pretty closely to Nathan's. So I'll turn it over to Carolyn.
And what I'm going to do, Robert's going to introduce a little bit of data on his slides, and then we'll kind of switch over to talk about just a little bit about some of the national trends and what we can pull out from that data to start thinking about as a system. So for the first two, with the changing state and national trends and then this changing student demographic, a couple of things that it was evident when we were at our recent ECHE conference, that retention now becomes a much more valuable tool. With fewer full-time traditional students to recruit, retention becomes really much more significant when we're thinking about keeping them in the pipeline and when we're looking at our enrollment strategies. Also, unbundling or disaggregating some of our retention efforts. There's varied levels of academic and student support that students need, and it used to be that sort of one size would fit everyone, and that just doesn't work any longer. One of the presenters actually talked about one of the biggest ways that higher education, the system can fail students is by not identifying some of their more unique needs and trying to create systems of intervention that can help them with whatever their issue is as they're trying to progress through their degree and hopefully obtain that degree. The other piece is that the outreach, as far as enrollment strategies, the outreach and building meaningful relationships really has to start much earlier on. We have a strong early college program and several academic initiatives that take place in the K through 12 system. And I think it's important that we continue to work with state leadership and the K through 12 environment to build those, see what we can do to create these pathways for students and their families so that we can help get more of that shrinking demographic of high school graduates. And also, in addition to the number of graduates, just the general demographics of the students that are coming back are shifting. The characteristics, even that 18 to 24-year-old student that we used to consider, pretty traditional, has shifted. What they're expecting and the amount of choice and access that they'll have to their education is changing. So for all students, whether it's an adult learner or what we would consider a more traditional learner, earning the degree has become more of a competing priority than it used to be. And they're trying to juggle lots of different family commitments and career and employment opportunities. So our academic program really must meet the learner where they are. And I know we've said that that's sort of something that's become a statement that has lost a little bit of its value because it's used so frequently. But in a recent presentation that Rosa Radonic made, she talked about over the fact that 75% or more of higher education students right now are considered in that non-traditional bucket somehow. So we have got to make sure that the strategies that we use around services and access and programming are all based on the tenets that they'd be looking for: expanding online education, accelerated online programming, like we're working with academic partnerships with UMFK, UMPI, and USM. Some of those shorter academic terms, the accelerated online, multiple start dates, all of the things that folks are beginning to see with all of our competitors. But something that's important to note, those items we used to talk about more specifically around the adult learner, but it's also, again, those traditional learners that are looking for these types of things. One of the sessions at NECHI was about the 3-year baccalaureate degree. That is really geared for a traditional learner. It's just a rigorous academic schedule that allows them to take courses more fully throughout the calendar year. And it allows them to save time and get out into the workforce earlier or onto that graduate program pathway. So those 3-year baccalaureate opportunities are also quite important to consider, and additional pathways to a variety of credentials. So those are some of the things that really speak to what Robert's last couple of slides we're talking about as far as the demographics, and understanding not just how and when a learner is trying to come to us, but why. Why is it that they're here? Where are they at in that career path, and what do we need to do to keep them here? So Robert?
Picking back up, and thank you, Carolyn. So one question people have is, if we're going to have fewer high school graduates, it seems obvious that we need to get more of them in terms of our market share of the graduates. That certainly is a strategy, and Carolyn mentioned early college, and the chancellor's talked about all kinds of marketing initiatives and things that we've put in place. But these numbers, you can see, are fairly stable. So if you look across the top row there, that's pretty much us, the main public 4 years and above. The percent of our market share of high school students stays pretty relatively stable. Although the last 6 years, 2016, 18, and 20, you can see that we've made slow improvement there. So every percent matters. And the other things that I would point out here is that as we improve, what we're taking away from, and you can see at those bottom lines, is students want to stay closer to home. They want to stay in Maine. So the all other states category is down, and New England states are down just a bit. So as we turn up the heat, so will those other states, and New England states in particular. And so we just have to keep a sharp eye on that and try and do better every year. So the reason I'm pausing on this so long is there are some other system leaders who think that they can recover their entire loss of demographic population by improving the market share. And while I agree, and we are going to continue to improve here, it's going to be by 1% or so a year. It's not going to be by 10%. So just to give you realistic expectations there. So this next slide is a graph of our fall enrollment broken down by student level. I like this illustration because it shows how dependent we are on undergraduate enrollment, shown as the orange bar there. Undergraduates are the majority of our students and will be so even when we have an additional 10% decline. The second biggest bar is the graduate enrollment, and that's in that yellow or goldenrod color. You'll see that the graduate enrollment, the undergrad enrollment has declined, as we would expect with fewer high school students, but you can also see we've made impressive progress increasing graduate enrollment. And I believe that particularly in professional graduate programs where our knowledge economies require advanced degrees, we have a lot of opportunity there. So you'll be seeing many program proposals come forward in the near future to expand our graduate reach. Oop, too many. Go ahead, Carolyn.
I think one of the most important points of this, the notes on this slide, talks about understanding the new higher education marketplace. There are new entrants into the marketplace. New content producers and distributors are changing the higher education landscape by developing and driving up competitive programming. So companies like Coursera, or industry leaders, Google, IBM, Microsoft, others like that are all offering certification programs for a fraction of the cost that it would be to take that at the college level. So it's important that we begin to understand how these new entrants will affect our market share and the group of students that will be traditionally coming to us, looking at how we can add value to the elements that we already have. The pathways that we've talked about are incredibly important so that someone understands if they start, at a smaller credential level, that it would allow them to move up through graduate and beyond. Also looking at partnerships, what we can do, public-private partnerships, partnerships with employers, and begin to really carve out what those programs are that we would need to consider developing. Again, the graduate level programs, some of those that are, again, accelerated, some more adult facing, and the micro-credential and non-degree area that is also covered under academic affairs. The other piece of this is the financial implications. Again, as we're shifting, as our learner and our consumer is shifting, our financial implications will change. The cost of capital and maintenance, or different educational technologies will be required, but there may not be as many learners on our campuses in the future, but those learners that are in residence are expecting and actually demanding a higher quality residence hall, different services and options through their residence halls that perhaps wasn't something that we've had to invest in before. And again, that's where I think some of the public-private partnerships will be very important, and emphasizing some of those areas of research and grant funding that could support some of this work. Robert?
So moving on to where we are with all this data. This is a graph of spring enrollment this spring. Now, this was at the time of the ASA committee. It's relatively the same today, but you can, what this is an enrollment build. So we measure enrollment 100 days before the start of the semester and through census day. So as students enroll in classes for the spring, we count them, and you can see that there's a pretty consistent build up to the start of the semester. The colored bars are previous years, black being the current year, and you can see we're slightly ahead of our spring credit hour enrollment. So good news there for everything else going on, COVID and decline in demographics. The schools are doing, universities are doing wonderful. This next three tables here is to give you a snapshot of what fall is looking like. So we know what spring is ramping up to be. We can already tell you what our fall is starting to shape up to be by, this is the first indicator, and this is applications. So we refer to this as a funnel because they get, first of all, they get smaller as they go through the pipeline, but also that's just sort of how it works out. You get lots of interest, and then you get people who really want to come, and then you get people who can't, don't meet the admission requirement, and so forth. And so the first table there is just total applications. This year, the enrollment managers were able to get their recruiters out in the field, and they pushed heavy to get the broadest interest. You can see by those numbers that total at the bottom, we're 1,000 at the time I took this, we were 1,000 ahead of last year in terms of getting total interest. We have done a number of things over the past few years to speed up the time to take those applications and turn them into an admission. That's the next set of data there in the middle. So of that 18,000 students who've applied, 10,000 of them at the time of this taking had been admitted to one of our universities. So slightly behind in the processing there, but I will tell you that the enrollment managers wanted to spend more time getting interest early and then coming back to work the admission funnel. And that net change you can see in the last column there is that our matriculations are down. And so what that means is the students have been told they're admitted, and then they signal back to us with a down payment or an interest letter that they're coming. So those are commitments. And I expect to see those numbers dramatically improve, and can report that in a future board meeting. Back to Carolyn.
So the last two on this slide, certainly it was clear at the NECHI conference and some other national workshops and conferences that I've been involved in, that these two areas are incredibly important. The first was creating that culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion. This has been a priority for the system. Lots of folks around this screen have been working very hard on these efforts, and it's been incredible work. Just again, making sure that we note as we move forward that what we're doing, not just in policy and practice, but also in our academic world with assessments and even the metrics that we look at what student success and progression are about, that everything takes that lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion into consideration. But I would say a really large part of the NETI conference was about creating a more holistic view of the student experience. And by that, in addition to everything that I've previously mentioned, there was a strong focus on student behavioral health and mental well-being in general. There were several presentations at NETI that talked about the statistics, and there's been a decrease in positive mental health reportings for college students, an increase in the rates of depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation. The data can be broken down many ways, by gender, race, ethnicity, academic terms, time of the year, all of those different things. But while many students seem to be seeking treatment, the national numbers talk about the fact that early intervention is incredibly important, that if you can reach them before they're at the point where they have to go into more formal treatment plans. And one of the statistics I had mentioned at the ASA meeting that really surprised me was that in that particular round of surveys that the presenter was talking about, 81% of the folks that they had surveyed indicated that their academic performance had been impacted quite strongly just within the last 4 weeks of completing that survey by either emotional or mental health difficulties. So 81% of the people said that their mental health and well-being is seriously impacting their academic performance. That's a huge number and something that we need to consider as we move forward. And the system does have an arrangement with SilverCloud, which is an online mental health platform for students. But I think it's also just vital that we begin to assess what we're doing and make sure that those interventions and services are aligned well between the student needs and services offered. So we may have to consider some new measures of mental health and progression and wellness metrics. Robert?
And that's our slides. I'll stop sharing. And then I promised that I have a list of ways that we have been, besides what Carolyn has already provided. I worked with university leaders and system leaders to outline our actions over the last few years, because it should be celebrated to a great extent that while we're down, we could be a lot further down based on the data. And that wasn't by accident. It was from your leadership and also everybody on this screen. If you recall that, has it been 2 years where you gave us the Declaration of Strategic Priorities? There were 4 areas there: advancing workforce readiness, increase Maine educational attainment, alignment of academic programs and innovation, and then maintaining competitiveness and sustainability to meet the critical needs of the state. So we have been putting a number of actions into place on the basis of those objectives and of course our own understanding of the data and so forth. So I'm taking the liberty of recategorizing what you have given us a bit to define it a little more tightly. But I mentioned this during the presentation that no matter what happens, undergrads will be the primary students we serve. Even if we double our graduate enrollment, they still won't exceed who we serve in our primary population. So the first action is to strengthen our undergrad programs. We need to, so I'll read them off and then I'll go through them in detail, but increase our reach into other markets, which we talked about today. Increase our external income. We didn't talk about, but I'll offer some examples of how we've been doing that. Reduce our capital carrying costs. I think most people on the committee have participated in that, but I'll offer some thoughts. improve our responsiveness to expense management, and maybe there's some things there that you don't know that we're doing. And then, of course, we need to continue to make investments where we have the opportunity to grow. So just sort of going back up the top, and I think, Chair Gardner, you asked me to dive deep with maybe some subcommittee work to help formulate what the model, the right size model could be. And that question, I think we'll answer over a series of board meetings, but with your help. So I'll bring this list back to a future board meeting so we can explore, but I'll just read some of these things off. So under strengthening our undergraduate programs, student success, absolute number one. Carolyn touched on that. The chancellor and presidents have initiated a number of initiatives there. Program quality, we have all kinds of efforts going on right now to redo our programs, to offer new program assessment and so forth. Program alignment to societal and state need. We've talked about that even this morning, talked about that. Program partnerships with external stakeholders. You'll see a great example will be our tourism redesign and the external stakeholders that will help us with that. Research internship and experiential learning, huge kudos to taking the leadership role there. The best way to improve student success and improve outcomes in career paths and so forth is to get students engaged in an internship or research. DEI work, we had COVID going on. We had all kinds of cultural conflict in the country over the last couple of years, and our work to improve our DEI has been phenomenal. And we never even stopped the clap that we no longer use the SAT as a complete state, and that was a huge undertaking. Pipelines to market and graduate programs, of course, all of the collaboration and interdisciplinary approaches across the system that we're excited to go for. So that's strengthening the undergrad program. Increase our reach into other markets. Again, I'll go through these quickly, but competency-based education led by one of the nation's leaders, President Raymond Rice. Phenomenal pilot and then subsequent success. Fully online programs, we have to offer more of the accelerated programs, which I've talked about a number of times. Our highlighted graduate programs, the MBA, the engineering, cyber, law, the things that you're investing in, couldn't do it at a better time. Cheers to everyone involved there. Additional graduate professional programs, again, you'll be hearing a lot more about that from me throughout the year. Adult credentialing, degree completion as a component of that, even prior learning assessment as a component of that. The micro-credential work that Rosa and her team are doing, amazing efforts there. Of course, and all the universities are doing much better in out-of-state recruitment, but leading the way, amazing out-of-state and efforts there. If we can ever get the borders back open, you'll see huge growth in Canadian and international enrollment as well. Plus programs, we haven't taken advantage of these as much as we should have in terms of they exist, but we don't brand them and market them as much. So what I mean by that is a 2+2 or a 4+1 where a student could start and get a master's degree. So for a 5-year master's degree, they do their undergrad and master's. And then improve and reduce barriers to transfers. Again, you just can't pat yourself on the back enough for leading the change at Farmington from 4 to 3. That will open up opportunities like they have never had or haven't had for 10 or 12 years anyways, for transfer education. Our partner, Janet Sorter and Rosa are anxious to work with us to improve our transferability. So lots of opportunity there. So a couple other ones that aren't as long, but increase external income. I've been just absolutely amazed. I can't take any of this credit, but particularly Joan Farini-Money coming on and leading. You heard her this morning talk about the amazing grant opportunities. Of course, Jim Thielen and the Chancellor and everyone involved in the Alphonse money. Everyone understands that we have to be knocking on people's door to get that alumni giving in. And that's related. I can't even imagine what a game changer it's going to be once we solidify the wind energy IP and that. But we understand that that's a big need, and your leaders are working on it. Capital carrying costs. We really could reduce the cost of instruction down to the variability of just the faculty pay if we had no capital. Meaning that we would just have to charge a bit above what we pay our faculty to run the place. But I have never seen so many buildings across the system. We have buildings in just about every corner of the state, and you all have committed to helping us analyze those, raise the buildings where necessary, look at public-private partnerships to use buildings in a better way, and then our commitment to controlling our deferred maintenance is absolutely needed and will help us create a foundation for our future. Last two, so again, quickly, improve responsive expense management. And what I mean by this is to be faster as an institution or a system in responding to the changes in both our decline and our areas of growth. So I've seen a dramatic improvement on particularly the CBOs working with their presidents to manage their expenses, and not in a 2-year, we'll get to this later kind of mentality, that they're doing it actively all year long. So commend them for that. And then the Chancellor instituted an expanded hiring approval process where lots of eyes go on every single hire to see are they needed for a potential growth area, or maybe a future hire once things turn around. And then lastly is to recognize that even though we have a challenge in front of us, that we have to continue making investments. And I would harp on this a bit more, but you all have had the courage to take on the law school and create something that will be, in my mind, a national brand. But we do need those investments. If we want to go to get out-of-state students, they can't come here and visit our campus with dorms built 50 years ago and tons of deferred maintenance. So we've got to have the dorms, we've got to have equipment for our faculty to do the interesting work that I get the pleasure of showing you. And personnel in the areas where there are potential growth. The P3 things that you all are initiating are inspirational. If someone wants to come in and invest in us, that's great. And we can partner, and they can take a little revenue and make success for themselves, and then thereby creating a better learning environment for us. The program creation and innovation continues to go on with the provost. They are reinventing the curriculum. They're working with their faculty, looking for new areas and gaps. And then finally, I would just say that the system is investing in its systems to enable efficiency. And so David Demers and others completely redoing our student ERP, HR systems, all during all of this other challenge is just amazingly commendable. And again, so I'll share those thoughts later, share them with the strategic planning committee, but I thought I would spend a bit of time to say it's not all doom and gloom, even though the data suggests that we have a challenge in front of us. And that's my report, sir.
You're on mute, Mark.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Any thoughts or comments from the trustees? Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to thank you for highlighting the opportunity, the great work we've done, the challenges we have ahead, and if we keep on the path we are, that it looks like there's a brighter future for us to be able to address the demographic winter that's heading our way, attract candidates from out of state. But we've got to stay the course and actually pick up the pace. And thanks for calling it out, both the things that we're investing in and the things we yet have invested in. Nice overall report as usual, Carolyn and Robert.
This?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Casey.
Thank you. But maybe not for today, but I I was driving back from, I think, New York City, seeing one of my kids, and saw a very attractive billboard in Massachusetts, I think, might have been Connecticut, talking about the opportunity for their students to attend University of Maine for essentially their own in-state tuition amounts. And I wonder, maybe at a future meeting, we could hear a little bit more about our efforts to increase our percentage of those out of state, but New England, in particular, New England students. Thanks.
Absolutely. And I'm pretty sure Joan owns all the ad space in Massachusetts.
Thank you. Trustee Rotundo.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a sobering and fascinating report. I'm curious, as you do your planning, do you look at what's happening with the birth rate in different areas of the state? Because it's my sense that there are areas where the birth rate is growing. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe there are no regions in the state at this point that's happening, but I would think you would want to be attentive to that in terms of effort and, making sure that students in those areas were targeted and encouraged in terms of thinking beyond high school.
So absolutely, and in fact, the enrollment projections we give to the CBOs to begin their budget process with, each university has its own region from which historically they pull students from, and we do a very myopic analysis of that area. I could tell you that you would think that Portland may be the outlier, that they're going to be growing. Still a challenge across all of New England, including Portland. But you're right, the county will have a higher percentage decline than Portland. So we are aware of that. And that's, of course, some of the strategy. We know what we have to invest in. It can't be just students from the county, although we have to keep serving them. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other? Yes, go ahead.
Oftentimes, when I have my administrative team, we'll talk about, and I always tell them, it's very hard to out-train a poor diet. And everything that Carolyn and Robert listed, from partnerships to 3-year baccalaureates, micro-credentials, internships, go right in for what I've been telling my own administrators in schools, that in order to lose weight, get in better shape, you need to have a better diet and commit to exercise. So we just can't commit to one thing and keep doing some of the old stuff, because it's not going to. This is comprehensive change. The data is telling us that we got to start thinking this way. I thought Carolyn's and Robert's report was excellent. This whole partnership with internships, I call it live college. We need a live college. So college students start their day on campus, but they might not end their day on campus. They end their day in an internship. So the businesses work in conjunction with the colleges and let a student know how important it is to get degrees for even the business piece, as well as your own education. Outstanding. So whenever I talk about you can't out-train a poor diet, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So great job.
Thank you. It's good. Trustee Irwin, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, yeah. I just one of the many things I'm wrestling with and have been for a number of years is some of the inherent tensions in all of this. And I should stop first of all and thank Robert and Carolyn for the excellent and objective data and then some really good action around the reality of our situation. All very important, all stuff we've been talking about for a number of years, and it's great to see this. One tension that really strikes me right now is as we meet the market demand of things like micro-credentials and recognize that sort of there's an unbundling of the degree, really. So people want to pick and choose and stack what they need to be what they think of as employable. We create disincentives to actually see through the whole 4-year degree process, because if people are able to construct kind of their own sub-degree around what they want to do, they don't really need, to get the full BA, right? And so, well, at least they don't think they do. And economically, they're incentivized not to. And yet, there's a sound reason for having a full kind of 4-year program, even not just for programs like nursing or engineering or maybe teaching, where you just can't get there without doing the 4 years. But it's the if you're in a more sciencey area, for example, it's the other side of that coin, which employers really want, which is the so-called soft skills of creative thinking, collaboration, and that sort of thing. And to me, that leads us over to a discussion about where does the liberal arts fit into all of this? Where does gen ed fit into all of this? And I'm not saying that there's an easy answer to this, but there is a clear tension to me between reducing the cost and the time to get yourself credentialed enough to work, and preparing yourself for life, and being having better chances to be a lifelong learner, change jobs, do different things, be a more involved citizen. All of those things require more than just technical skills. And so as we go down this road, which we must do because the competition is driving us there, I hope we continue to be really thoughtful about how we don't lose track of the need to engage our students in, big issues, the sort of meaning of life stuff that you need to think about and think deeply about if you really want to be a fully prepared adult. So I just throw that out as a concern that I have, and I know I'm not the only one that has that.
Thank you, sir. And I don't want to put, it's a silly way of saying it, because I was going to put Rosa on the spot if she wants to make a comment. My comment is that the way we're structuring the micro-credential program right now, at least, is that it's an and. You're going to get a degree and some micro-credentials to improve your value and your marketability. Do we offer a credential that could potentially just get you hired with that? Maybe, but it would be far and few between. That's not the intent. Although, right now we're losing half of our students by the time of graduation, and so I would certainly prefer them to have some credential than none. But Rosa, do you have any thoughts?
Actually, you just covered that really well, but I would just add, just a couple of thoughts. And really, it's looking at micro-credentials from two different perspectives. One is the perspective of looking at how they can impact our actual academic experiences. How can you embed, certainly, for example, industry-recognized micro-credentials within a given academic program to even add more value to what's already a great program? So there's one way of thinking about it. The other way to think about it is that you also start to attract your non-degree, non-credit population into micro-credentials, which is a pathway and a stackable pathway into degree programs. So you really can attract a range of learners through micro-credentials, both to enhance what you're already doing within your academic program and helping parts of that program stand out more, such as the soft skills or some industry recognized skills and outcomes, and also attracting folks we're not currently attracting who are looking for more short-term credentialing opportunities that could potentially lead into degrees. So just to add to what Robert said.
Thank you. Trustee Riley?
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank Jim Irwin. That was lovely, and I completely concur. And thank Robert and Carolyn for a great report. The challenge, as I think about this, is every board of trustees everywhere is thinking about this. These are the issues that confront everybody in higher education, and so how we thread this needle and do some unique things is challenging. I'd love to talk more later about how do we compete against Google for micro credentials. But 2 points of data that might be useful for us, Robert, in future meetings is one is the retention rates. Really focus in on once we get students, how do we keep them? How do our retention rates compare? Who's doing what that's successful at which campus, and drill into that. The other is the obvious, and this happens particularly in public institutions, but the number of applicants down to the number of matriculated students is always thinner. Some of that's a quality issue, some of that's related to other things, but what do we know about why students leave and why students don't matriculate? And some of those data points would be interesting for further discussions, or maybe at ASA.
Anyone else?
Sorry, I was on mute. I put a link in the chat box for the current return rate report. And also, we've been gathering some departure survey information at a couple of our institutions and then system-wide, and we can bring that back as a future topic. So thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Gardner, Stephen.
Yes, sorry, go right ahead there.
Have we given any thought to linking early college with a 3-year baccalaureate degree? In other words, if you do the simple math, if you take 15 credits for 2 years or 30 credits over your high school career, you can get a 3-year baccalaureate. Have we thought of putting an accelerated program in like that?
Yes, you will be seeing proposals soon.
Good. Thank you, Trustee McMahon. Any last questions or comments? Seeing none, I just would add my voice to what's already been said. Excellent presentation, a lot of good work. Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, Dr. Pizzuto, for providing that information. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of challenges, and we just need to keep driving on those opportunities and get them in place. Thanks. I'm going to turn it to now to tab 4. This would be a report from the Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration and the Treasurer's report. So I'm going to look for Vice Chancellor Lowe. I'm sure he's on here somewhere.
I am.
There you are. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 3 items that I'll be covering with the committee this morning or this afternoon now. I am going to cover investment results and talk about the rocky market that we've seen over the last couple of months. I'm going to talk about the FY22 budget, where we are and what we see ahead. And then we'll wrap up by talking about the 2021 core financial ratios. So let me just jump right into each of these topics. Investment returns. So the November flash reports, as always, for the 3 UMS investment portfolios are included in your materials. The managed investment pool, the MIP, with a market value of $449 million, saw a loss of 1.6% in November, and fiscal year to date, a positive return of 1%. The pension plan, with a market value of $25 million, saw a loss of 0.5% for November and is positive for the fiscal year to date at 2.4%. The operating fund, a little bit more of a roller coaster, with a market value of $327 million and a more conservative asset allocation, experienced a loss of 0.4% for November, with a fiscal year-to-date return of 0.2%. Although each month's investment returns are not finalized until nearly a month later, with 95% of the managers reporting, December is showing a positive 0.6% return. Unfortunately, the good news is quickly erased by the January results. We had January results through Thursday. I'll even update on the fly and note a very bad Friday. Today, the market was down more than 1,000 points when I started updating my notes this morning. But through January 20th, we were down about 1% for the month through Thursday, with 64% of our managers reporting. At this point in time, operating fund losses for the fiscal year to date, operating fund losses for fiscal year to date stand at $875,000. Those of you may know that we have about a $3.1 million budget for net investment income for the fiscal year. So preliminarily through January, we are down $4 million to budget on net investment income. With that, I will shift over to the FY22 budget update. Let me share my screen here for that. Okay, so the format for this report should look familiar, especially for those of you that were at the FFT meeting, but this report mirrors the regular budget updates, the budget forecasts that we do for this committee 3 times a year. We've duplicated this format for the 2022 budget. And what our plan is that we will continue to provide updates at future FFT and BOT meetings as we work our way through the rest of the fiscal year. This is page 104 of your printed materials if you're looking for a copy in your book. And again, just very, very briefly, just explaining, the budget column here represents the budget that was approved by the trustees in June of 2021. The forecast represents where we were in January, late January, when we put this together. The variance column obviously represents the variance from the original budget. 3 solutions. HERF, which is the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds. The reserve column here represents campus reserves, and the System Budget Stabilization Fund is represented in this last column. So let me just talk a little bit about what you're seeing. So the gap has grown. We went from an original gap of about 10.1 million up to a gap now approaching 27 million. This original gap, this 10.1, we did get back into balance with the approval of several transfers from the trustees. They came from these 3 buckets that you see over here on the right. They came from a combination of campus federal funds, of campus budget stabilization funds, and then system stabilization funds. I noted again that the gap has grown by about 17 million. It has grown really through a couple of issues are really contributing to that gap. Enrollment changes. So at the last couple of meetings and at ASA, Robert and Carolyn and others have talked about enrollment challenges and where we were in relation to budget. At least 3 of our campuses at Farmington, at Presque Isle, at USM have had to adjust enrollment numbers, and that is what is contributing at least partially to this gap. But the biggest contributor is bargaining costs. And I want to pause and just kind of couch my comments by what I'm showing you here is what the committee, what the trustees passed as a budget and where we are now. And then why is the gap grown? And the gap has grown. About 75% of the gap is directly attributed to bargaining increases. But I just want to be clear. I don't want anyone to take away from my report that I'm blaming the gap on bargaining increases. It really just has to do with, it's a timing issue. So when we were developing the 2022 budget, and you'll recall, we do these budgets more than a year in advance. When we were developing the 2022 budget and talking about what the assumptions we were going to use for things like compensation and state appropriation, at that time, we were also, at the time we were completing the 2022 budget, we were also going through exercises with the governor and the budget office on how we would reduce our budget if we were subject to a cut at that time that was north of $20 million because that's the position that the state was in at that particular time. I think we all know since then the state revenues have bounced back tremendously. Since we were doing that 2022 budget, we've had 2 additional rounds of federal support, which we have available to balance our budget. So it's a slightly different situation. We're not in that situation of trying to cut 20 million in our budget. We have reached bargaining agreements with like 4 of our 6 units. And so we were able to reflect those costs in here. They are collectively about 12.5 of the 16.5 million that you see here. But again, I wanted to note it's more of timing, and when I'm doing the variance, I don't want anyone to walk away and think that we've got this huge gap and employees are to blame. That's certainly not the message that I want anyone to walk away with. So we've got a $26.6 million gap. How are we proposing to resolve that gap, at least where we are today? We are proposing 3 buckets. The higher education emergency relief funds, we would propose to use about $11 million in resources from the campuses. You can see the majority of that, in this case, is coming from USM. We would use another 10 or 11 million, if we'll back away this negative for just a minute, in campus reserves, and then 2 system budget stabilization fund transfers that this committee had previously approved. It leaves us largely balanced back at, you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our campuses are able to get back into balance with one of those 3 solutions. We are still out of balance, even with these changes. You can see at Farmington, again, specifically attributed to additional enrollment reductions, and then a similar situation at Presque Isle, where we've had some challenges on the auxiliary side of the house and some modest enrollment changes as well. We would expect to come back to you in March with a recommendation on how we would get these 2 campuses back into balance, whether we would recommend additional system stabilization transfers, but we want to get actually into that budget process, have some additional conversations before we make any recommendations there. I guess the last piece that I'll note on here, and then happy to take any questions. Did want to give credit where it is absolutely due. You can see here that the law school has actually brought down their forecasted gap, originally at about 1.9. They brought that down to 1.7. It's about $167,000 savings. Every penny is super helpful. So just kudos to Dean Softly and to Nicole and the team at the law school, who have done an exceptional job managing a very challenging budget. So I will pause right there, Mr. Chair, and if there are any questions on the 2022 budget, I'm happy to take those.
Mark, I think you were mute.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Any questions for Ryan?
Mark, quick one.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Ryan, just thinking ahead to our next budget, do you have a ballpark number of the increased costs we're going to be looking at because of the bargain changes on an annual basis?
Yeah, I mean, just focusing in on just the bargaining piece, I think we calculated the second year impact was roughly in the same ballpark. I don't have the number right in front of me. I want to say if it was 12.5 million in this year, it's maybe 10 in the second year, but it's plus or minus somewhere in there. It's pretty close to a consistent impact, which would make sense given it's, largely has been a couple of 3% increases.
Thanks.
Yeah, we do have other cost pressures, as you would imagine, and we will be getting into more details about the 2023 budget in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, a related question. With regard to these numbers, Ryan, you mentioned that we have, I think, 2 units that we don't have agreements with yet. Do these numbers include the expected costs of those compensation increases when those agreements are reached?
Yes, they represent our best estimate of what a potential negotiation could result in. As you know, it could be a little less, could be a little bit more, but we did make some assumptions for exactly the reason that you would expect. We wanted to be able to at least be able to project where we thought we might end up.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So if you're all set, Mr. Chair, I'll move on to the 2021 financial ratios.
Yes, great ahead.
Super. So before I pull up my presentation on the ratios, I just want to note a couple of things, a little context. The The core financial ratios have been used for more than 4 decades in higher education now, typically used by trustees and senior managers, fiscal analysts, our credit agencies use them. It is a way to be able to consistently measure higher ed institutions' fiscal health. It's one of the few tools, I think, that you can, you can adequately compare institutions of different sizes, different missions, again, because it's going right to an institution's financial statements and measuring a number of different factors. So let me start with the presentation. Okay, and of course I started it. So let's try this again. Let's click on the first page and then we'll get things started. Okay, so again, as I noted, UMS, we've been using the core financial ratios since about 2010, but they have been around for much longer than that. What I really wanted to emphasize, and let me just drop this just for a second. I want to emphasize a couple of factors that are really contributing to some of the changes that you're going to see on the next several slides. And there are really 3 that are driving changes in 2021. And we always have things that are driving change. So this part's not unusual, but these 3 in particular are driving a lot of the changes that we have. One of the biggest ones is market results. So I think we all know we had the market did very well in fiscal year 21. That last investment report I gave you about 5 minutes ago was the first time I've delivered difficult investment news in quite some time. So we had a very strong 2021 for investment returns. But it's important to note it's not just that presentation. It's not just investment income and how it relates to the budget plug number that we have that impacts investment income or that impacts market results. It also impacts us with endowments. Those are touched on in several of the ratios. So when the markets do well, our endowments do well, and therefore our financial returns will do well. I mentioned the investment income. The other place where it impacted us particularly positively in 2021 was our OPEB trust. Most of the committee, I think, is familiar with the requirements around setting up OPEB trusts. Several of my former state government colleagues were around when we set up a similar trust in state government, and we followed at the university system in about 2008 to set up a trust to cover those other post-employment benefit obligations. And generally what we're talking about here is retiree health and pensions and those type of costs. When you one of the things we do on a regular basis is set aside an amount of money in our benefit pool, in our benefit rates that we're going to need to put into that OPEB trust. And because the market results were so strong, it meant that we had significant relief, fiscal relief, both in terms of the benefit rate and what we need in the long term for that OPEB trust. So market results impacted us positively in at least 3 different areas. The other 2 areas, and they're somewhat related. One is the change in retiree health. So I think everyone who's been on the board is certainly aware of the changes that were proposed in retiree health. And despite the challenges we had with that rollout, ultimately, I thought we ended up in a good spot where we gave employees the choice of staying in the group plan or migrating to the exchange. Loretta, I think, updated us on some numbers at HRLR earlier in the month, but we did have a reasonable amount of employees that took advantage of the exchange. And what that meant, and this is where we saw some of that significant impact. let me just give you four numbers. So prior to 2021, our OPEB liability was $213 million. We had $137 million in the trust. So if you think about what percent our plan is funded, you just do the math and you can see we're funded at about 64% is what our funding level was. And similar ratios for those of you that were in state government, and we talked about how the retirement system was doing similar math. So we were about 64% funded coming into 2021. I think a fairly strong position compared to other higher eds across the country. But with the two changes that I've mentioned so far, so with the change in market results, with the change in retiree health, both those numbers were substantially impacted. The OPEB liability, because of the migration of some folks to the exchange, and the liability itself dropped from 213 million to 162 million. So a $51 million drop on the expense side, if you will. The trust, which had 137 million in it, again, I mentioned the positive market returns. The trust grew by $43 million. So now instead of 137, we had 180 million. So now if you ask yourself that same equation again, now we've got $180 million in resources. We've got 180 million in the trust, and our liability is 162 million. That means that we are funded at 111%. So a fully funded plan, which meant it has a big impact on the ratios, and I'm going to dive into the ratios, but also has a big impact on the benefit rate. We were able to lower the benefit rate for 2022 down to 50%. We're looking at a 51% rate in 2023. That is 3 to 4% below where we were expecting to be. Those are real savings, and they are substantial. So both short-term and long-term impacts from that. And then the final one that I'll note, the final one that is helping us really move the needle is the federal support. So again, 3 rounds of federal support. I think 2 of them were during this last fiscal year, more than 56.8 million altogether in higher ed emergency relief funds under different names and titles and stuff, but more than 56 million altogether. So when some of these ratios, ask the question, are you better off this year than you were last year? Well, last year in this case was 2020. It was right at the beginning of the pandemic. We didn't have 2 rounds of federal support. So some of the times, you'll see in some of these ratios, we're absolutely better off. Are we as good as we could be? No, certainly not. There are places where we can improve. We've spent all morning talking about where some of those places are, but relative to where we were a year ago, several of the ratios, will look very favorably at 21 compared to 2020. So with that context, let me dive in here. I do want to mention available on the board site, and I think for all of the trustees, we've included the full packet in all its glory. There might be 60 slides there or something like that. I'm only going to hit a handful this morning just to avoid dragging this out until 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. But if you're interested in a particular campus, you will find all of that information in your materials.
Ryan, we're in the afternoon, so you got to really.
Yeah. Okay.
Morning was a couple hours ago.
It's all dragging together.
Yeah.
So I did want to just briefly remind folks, this has been a part of our presentation when we've done the ratio presentation for the last couple of years. Just to remind folks that back in 2017, that was the first year that we were actually required to recognize this cost and put it on our books. So when you start seeing all of these charts over the next couple of slides, you're going to see a big correction from 16 into 17. Nearly all of the charts will go down. They'll bounce along the bottom for a while. And then the changes that I've been talking about today, you'll see us bounce back on the other end. So I wanted to give you that context. Again, back when we did this, you can see we restated our previous position by nearly $90 million. So it was a big impact in 2017, had a big impact on all of our ratios at that time. So the core financial ratios, again, this is 4 individual ratios that then collectively come together. They're weighted slightly different, and you end up with a composite financial index. You can see kind of the plain English version of what each one of these are looking at. I'll go through each one of them in a little bit more detail as we work our way through. But again, just briefly, are our resources sufficient to support the mission? Our operating results, are we living within our available resources? Do our asset performance and management, are they supporting the strategic direction that we're looking in? And then viability, do we have an ability to take on new and additional debt? So again, I'm going to highlight a handful of these for each of the campuses. I'll note, thanks to Vice Chancellor Placido, we have put these up online. So if you go to the trustees dashboard, you'll find all of these and their new ratios included there. I'm going to start with the primary reserve ratio. Think about this as how long can you run your organization with the available resources that you have on hand. So you got no new money coming in the door. It's obviously impacted heavily by reserves, by endowment returns, those type of pieces. The benchmark for this is 5 months. So again, for my state government former colleagues, we used to talk about how long would the Budget Stabilization Fund. The goal was to get that to 5 months as well. So similar benchmark for this one as well. So this is the primary reserve ratio for the system as a whole. Again, you can see we were at the benchmark for quite some time. We made that restatement in 2017. So you can see other than that and the change that we have from 20 to 21, this has been a pretty stable ratio for the system. We made the change here again, as I mentioned, kind of floated along for about 3 years. And then with the positive changes that I talked about from 20 into 21, gets us back over the benchmark, the highest we've been over the benchmark in more than a decade. I'm going to try to pick out 1 or 2 campuses for each one of these. I'll pick the University of Maine here, not necessarily to emphasize anything specific about the University of Maine's primary reserve ratio, but really just to note, and you would expect this given the relative size of UMaine compared to the system, nearly all of the system charts are going to look like the Orono chart. Sometimes there are cases where, a particular campus or 2 might be struggling and we might draw it down, but the general shape of the graphs are almost always going to look very similar between the system and the University of Maine. Again, University of Maine in this particular ratio, consistently above the benchmark, came back down below when we made the adjustment, and now is back up above the benchmark. I pick on, I bring this one up not to pick on Farmington, but I bring it up because I think it really illustrates what the challenges are. You can see, if you go back and you look at the history of reserve balances at the University of Maine at Farmington, take this little tail off the end and it looks just about like this. As reserves were spent down, you lose flexibility in what you can do. You kind of get in this cycle where every year you have a gap and you go to your reserves to solve it, and then you run into challenges. And so, if the benchmark again is how long can you survive with no new money coming in the door, it feels like it would make sense that a campus that is struggling from a budget perspective, struggling from a reserve perspective, is not going to look great on a chart like this. And so this was really, again, I put it up here not to pick on Edward, not to pick on the campus, but really just to show that it really does validate what we are looking at. So net operating reserve ratio. Again, this is really looking at it. You can see right there in that third line, are you living within your available resources? Again, positive for all of our campuses. Nearly everyone is up above that benchmark. Everyone is improving, and Farmington is slightly is below the benchmark in this one. But generally, I think a positive one when you look at where our campuses our campuses are. Again, UMS as a whole, we've kind of bounced back and forth. You see the big correction that we did in 2017. This is the challenges that we had at USM and some other campuses back in the 2015 range. And again, though, you can see big bounce back from 20 into 21, really driven. The system totals are definitely helped out by the investment returns, because when you think about UMS and UMS 08 in our business unit, you're going to take all of those investment returns, you're going to put them in the UMS bucket. They're not spread out from the campuses. And so that's why, in this case, why the UMS number looks so good. And you can see that big positive trend. Again, looking at the same numbers from UMA, again, kind of a steep drop off, both with the correction and some budget challenges that UMA was experiencing. Recall when President White came in, there was a 3-year plan to get the campus back to a balanced budget, to not require the use of reserves. That's this window here. The campus did get back to a balanced budget, and you can see the results of that. Again, another positive change from 20 into 21, approaching that low benchmark number. And then we'll show Presque Isle here as well, and again, because I think it paints a really good picture. Some challenges back in 2013 through 2015 really led the way for a lot of the positive things you've heard about Presque Isle today. A lot of them were driven by the need to change when you start looking at what was going on in 2013, 2014, and 2015. Very, very difficult numbers there. Steadied the ship. And again, in 2021, getting up finally above that low benchmark, ideally on the way to the high benchmark number. Same with University of Southern Maine. Again, some challenges. Campuses had to use reserves the last couple of years, but you can really see the positive trend. Certainly from 19 into 20, we saw that line start to go up a little bit. We saw it stabilize. We start to go up a little bit, and then you really see that significant jump from 20 into 21. Last couple individual ratios that I'll touch on: the return on net position. So this one is looking at, are you financially better off this year than you were in the previous year? So again, this one is going to be heavily influenced by investment income, by things like bond expenditures. We had that in a couple of campuses where they made a huge outlay of bond expenditures where you didn't have them in the previous year. So again, are you better off in the year that you had them than the year that you didn't? Of course you are. And then the same thing with federal funds, and think of some other one-time sources of revenue that have come along. Yeah, excuse me. So again, looking at the UMS number as a whole, pretty good decline from 17 into 19. We were able to stabilize that in 2020. And then again, if you look from 20 to 21, a huge increase for the reasons, again, that I cited, mostly, again, for the system anyway. It's going to be investment income, endowment returns, those pieces. See the University of Maine at Fort Kent. I wanted to note them because they are well above the benchmark. You can see that sitting there at they were at 10%, nearly 10% in 2020, more than 23% in 2021. So again, kudos to that campus, kudos to Pam and her team for the great work that they've been doing. Look at one more campus. We'll look at the University of Maine at Machias here. Again, You can see the decline, as you probably would have expected from 17 when we made the correction, or 16 into 17. Pretty challenging down to FY19. This is while we were working through the details of the primary partnership. And I think as that is matured, you can start to see the stability that you would expect a campus like Orono would bring to Machias. A pretty good increase from 19 to 20, really just stabilizing things, getting back to on the positive side of zero, and then a significant change from 20 into 21. And again, same kind of similar picture with USM as you saw in the last graph. The last individual ratio that I'll touch on is the viability ratio. Viability ratio is really just looking at, it's measuring your ability to take on or assume new debt. So this is a positive number generally for the system as a whole. You can see we're finally up above that benchmark. And we got up above the benchmark. We're going to give the credit where the credit is due, because a couple of campuses are really pulling up the system number. The University of Maine, again, this is despite taking on $23 million in new debt last year, still very strong ability to borrow, to finance projects. A similar story at the University of Maine at Augusta. So a campus that hasn't borrowed a lot, but also has strong reserves in their favor too. So UMA and UMaine are really pulling up that system average. They are the only two campuses that are actually above the benchmark. If you look at the individual slides, and again, you have those, you'll see the rest of our campuses are well below, sometimes well below that benchmark. Again, it doesn't mean necessarily that if you're below that benchmark, you shouldn't borrow. USM is below that benchmark. I thought put together a very compelling case for the Portland Commons and why borrowing there made sense, and what the returns would be and the benefits and so on. So it's not an absolute, but like a lot of things, it at least causes you to pause, ask all of the right appropriate due diligence questions, and then ultimately move on and make a decision that makes sense for the institution. Then the final one that I'll touch on is the composite financial ratio. And as it says here, this is the more balanced view of the institution's finances. This is going to take all four of those. It's going to balance out the places where you have strengths versus places where you have weaknesses. I'll note not all ratios are created equal. So the viability ratio and the primary reserve ratio, which are the two that really center on reserves, borrowing, those two account for 70% of the composite financial ratio score. The net operating revenues are another 10%, and then the return on net position is another 20%. So those all roll up into a single score, and there is a high and a low benchmark for that. So you can see as a whole, the system has been just below the benchmark since 2017. Again, like all of these ratios, some significant improvement as we move from 20 into 21 to get us above that system benchmark. This is one, given that it rolls in all the ratios, I did include each of the campuses. Again, I'll note you see the similarities between the UMS graph and the graph at Orono. But we'll pull up other campuses as well. UMA, again, consistently above the benchmark for as long as we've been putting that together. Farmington, again, the challenges that you experienced as the campus spent down reserves. The positives here, they have managed to stabilize that since 2017 with a slight increase up into 20, and now you see them finally getting up over positive numbers. And we did see some other positives in the Farmington numbers. They're continuing to pay down debt from prior obligations, and so we do see some relief potentially on the horizon there. Let's go on to the University of Maine Fort Kent. Again, really strong when you look at 2019 through 2021, big improvements from 19 to 20, continue that trend into 21. The interesting thing about Fort Kent is all of their graphs have this kind of up and down nature to them, but we certainly like the trends over the course of the last couple of years that we're seeing at Fort Kent. Machias, again, with a lot of help and a lot of great work at the campus, really significant improvement since 2019, going up from below zero, not only getting onto the positive side of zero, but actually getting above the benchmark for the first time in 2021. Last couple of campuses here, similar story. Presque Isle, again, stabilized from 2017 to 2020, managed to go from negative 0.7 up to about zero, and then a big jump in 2021, getting up above the benchmark. University of Southern Maine with Farmington, the only two campuses that are below the CFI benchmark, but again, significant improvement from 20 into 21. That gets them up to the highest mark that we've had since we've been recording these. I think we're hopeful that they'll continue on that trend as we move forward. I think that gets me through. That gets me through the presentation, Mr. Chair. Apologize if I went through that too quickly, but I knew everyone had all the materials, wanted to make sure I got that through, and now happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. We only have a few minutes for questions. So you did get through it quickly, but we still used all the time and then some. So if there are any questions for Ryan on the information just shared, please put your hand up or let me know.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Bartholomew.
Ryan, thanks for the presentation. Kind of an insightful information session. And tell us more of these performance metrics. How do we like? I see they're going up. Generally, consensus is they're going up. But how do we compare to peers, or how do we benchmark this for performance in terms of industry standards?
Yeah, super question. I don't believe, at least I have not found a place where other higher ed institutes publish this data regularly. So it's not super easy to go out and say, who are Orono's peers, and let's put them next to each other. But I will say we've had, so mostly it's been benchmarking ourselves, and it's been the reality of what we've been doing, kind of measuring our own performance. But we have had conversations over the last 3 years with NETCHI on regular occasion about these ratios. Although they're available in higher ed, not everyone uses them. Certainly not everyone reports on them. But one of the conversations that NETCHI was interested in a couple of years ago, they were aware that we've been doing these and the value of them. And you recall a few years ago they had the challenges of a couple of institutions closing on relatively short notice. And NETCHI was looking at what are the tools that they could use to get a better handle on university finances. So again, things weren't sneaking up on them. My words, certainly not theirs. So they have taken an interest over the last few years in applying these around other New England schools. They were going to start with privates, eventually move on to publics. So I do think you'll see more of these from other higher ed institutions going forward. And Robert reminds me that the chief business officer kind of national organization helps set the individual benchmarks that we have. So we'll see what we can find for others.
Great, thanks.
Other questions? I have just one, Ryan. looking at the improvements that were made across almost all of the different metrics for the year we're in, as we think about, and I'm sure you've thought a little bit about this, as we think about next year, and the one-time funds from the federal government won't be there, and potentially a market that's going to be a lot less, lower returns potentially, who knows? Do you think we can maintain our improvements, or will they fall back down for next year?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, so certainly the glass half full side is that piece. It is the one-time nature, and we did run a couple scenarios where we took out the federal funds and we ran them through. We took out the OPEB change and we ran them through, really just kind of just to understand what was going on below those big movements. And they tended to be, most of the campuses tended to be pretty stable. So we certainly do have the concern that you noted. My glass half full side would note that the changes around the OPEB liability, the changes that we were able to make around the benefit costs, reducing ongoing operating costs. I think those are a positive. Those are some of the single biggest changes that we've had, certainly the biggest change that we've had in the benefit rate in quite some time. So I'm optimistic that we can continue the positive trend, but I'll certainly note the challenges that you noted.
Well, that's good to hear, because I want to be optimistic too, and I just hadn't run the models, but I figured you might have run a few scenarios, so that's good to hear. Yeah, thanks. Any other questions? Comments? Again, very, very good information and helpful in understanding where we are and the improvements we've made, which is good to see. Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move into our action items. We'll take a break in probably after tab 11, somewhere around there, just so those of you that are wondering if we're going to get a break in here somewhere to stretch or something, we will do that somewhere around tab 10 or 11. We'll try to get that in. So I'm going to move us now to tab 5, which is our honorary degrees. Just for the background, our honorary degree nominations from the University of Maine system campuses are presented annually for approval. And in accordance with the board practices, the nominations are presented a year in advance and will be reviewed in executive session, which we've done. We reviewed them in executive session. Actions will be taken in the public meeting without identification of the individual honorees. And so today we're going to be taking that action. The publicity is the responsibility of the campus after the arrangements have been made for the degree to be conferral and completed. So there's a resolution for this item that is the Board of Trustees approves the 2023 nominations for honorary degrees as presented. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kane. Could I have a second on it?
Second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Riley. Ellen, could you take the roll call vote?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Ryden.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay. Thank you. Tab 6 is an honorary degree nomination for 2022 at the University of Maine Presque Isle. I'm going to just quickly turn it over to President Rice, and then we'll go for the motion. Well, I didn't hear him. So,
sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know that you really need to say anything, but your honorary degree has been discussed in executive session, and it's up for public action here for a vote. Anything you want to add?
just happy to forward Mary Akeley Smith as a candidate for an honorary degree in 2023, and happy to entertain any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think we're talking about the updated one for 2022, though. We just did 2023.
Oh, sorry.
And it's confident. We don't want to say who it is. We're confidential.
Sorry. So any questions about the 2022?
I don't believe there is. We did have it in executive session. So I'll read that one, the text of that resolution. That the Board of Trustees approves the 2022 nomination for honorary degrees for the University of Maine at Presque Isle as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Doe, seconded by Trustee Donnelly, I believe.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doe,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. So tab number 7 is confirmation of Board of Visitors appointment for 2021 to 2022 at University of Maine Presque Isle. Again, this one is to you, President Rice, if you want to say anything here.
Now happy to answer any questions if there are any about the nominee to the Board of Visitors.
Being none, I'll read the text of the resolution. The Board of Trustees confirms to the University of Maine Presque Isle Board of Visitors an appointment for 2021-2022 as presented.
So moved.
Trustee Bartholomew, and seconded by Trustee Dobson, or Riley. Trustee Riley? Okay. No one can
Trustee
take the vote?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doe,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson, Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Tab number 8 is the Board of Visitors Chancellor engagement. And here I think it starts off with Vice Chancellor Thielen, but I'm sure the Chancellor may want to say something here too on this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardner. I would invite the Chancellor to offer any comments, and then Kim Jenkins will actually explain our thinking on this particular item and rethinking how we engage our Board of Visitors.
We have accepted the responsibility of resetting that relationship and, quite frankly, allowing the Board of Visitors to dig deeper into the activities of each of the campuses that they are interested in and otherwise support. And toward that end, we plan on making myself and the Vice Chancellors more readily available to the Board of Visitors on a regular schedule following a monthly meeting. So the 6 meetings of the trustees, and obviously reaching out to the Board of Visitors and making it clear that information can be shared at any time. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Kim Marie.
Thank you, Chancellor Malloy. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Chair Gardner. The item we wanted to bring to your attention is the charter that was endorsed in 2014 by the Board of Trustees. And there's a lot to like about the 2014 charter. It really paved the way for increased collaboration and information sharing between the then Chancellor Page and the Board of Visitors. And recently, following the most recent summits between the Board of Trustees and the Board of Visitors, we received feedback and also directly from stakeholders too. And as we're interested in continuous improvement, we thought it was a chance to look at the original charter to see if there might be an opportunity to better understand the opportunity and to see if we can increase engagement. So basically what is happening is our Board of Visitors members are asking for an opportunity to have deeper discussions, deeper conversations with not only the Chancellor, but also with the presidents, with our law dean, and also with senior system staff. And just to give you a sense of the input that we've received over the past 3 summits, we've received, we had 28 respondents make comments, and of those, there were actually 27 distinct comments asking for deeper and more conversation. So in looking at the charter, it really, the structure that it sets out is a little limiting for what we'd like to see moving forward. It has an established membership that doesn't allow for as much engagement as we think our members are looking for, the Board of Visitors are looking for. So what we'd like to do is to keep the initial spirit of the 2014 charter in mind, which is really to have a two-way conversation and deeper opportunities for engagement, but really to reimagine what that might look like. And we've begun to imagine, we've begun to have some conversations about what might make sense. And what we'd like to do is to just try that out over the next few months and then come to you in May with an updated schedule and model for engagement.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns on this item? Trustee Riley.
Mr. Chairman, it might be appropriate, I think this is great, and it might be appropriate just to put on the public record that we are, as a board, also chatting about ways to improve our engagement with faculty and staff. And that's a front burner issue that we'll be talking about more in future meetings, I'm sure.
Yes, good point. Thank you. Anyone else? Alrighty, I'll read the resolution and see if we can move it. That the Board of Trustees endorses the sunsetting of the charter of the Board of Trustees and Board of Visitors Executive Committee and replacing it with an updated process and schedule of engagement to be shared with the trustees at the board meetings May 2022 meeting. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee
Second.
James. Second.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Thank you. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Tab number 9 is a tenure request for a professor in Department of Mathematics and Statistics at the University of Maine. Vice Chancellor Placebo, I believe you're going to kick this off on discussion.
Thank you, sir. You've heard me with the pleasure of reporting on this a couple of times now, but Dr. Farini Monday has had a highly distinguished career. She received her PhD in mathematics education in 1980, MS in mathematics in 1997, a BS in mathematics in 95. She attained the rank of professor of mathematics in 1994 at the University of New Hampshire and held positions of professor of mathematics, professor of teaching, and University Distinguished Professor of Mathematics and Education at Michigan State University. Provost Volin, the peer committee at and I wholeheartedly support this request and seek your approval today.
Any questions on this? Alrighty, I'll read the text of the proposed resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at the rank of professor in the Department of Mathematics and Statistics with tenure to be effective January 24th, 2022. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Erlin.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dobson. Ellen, could you take the roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Almost
Yes.
done. Click the button in the bottom left to continue.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yeah. Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Misher,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, congrats, thank you. Tab number 10 is University of Maine System Fraternal Order of Police Employees, and it's about participating in the Maine PERS system. I believe we're going to have an update on that and what this is about from Vice Chancellor Thalen.
Yes, Chair Gardner, thank you. And I will shortly turn it over to our Labor Relations Director, Susan Cameron, to explain the resolution before you today. I'll briefly introduce it as a refresher. This board approved the agreement, the collective bargaining agreement reached between the University of Maine System and the Fraternal Order of Police Labor Unit, representing our police and related employees. The board did that in September at its September 2021 meeting. The labor unit ratified the contract in late October. Part of that ratification, or part of the agreement we reached, included allowing police employees in the unit to participate in the Maine PERS employee retirement system, which was an important benefit that the unit sought in negotiations to recognize the fact that a number of police officers, either in the current unit or that we might expect to hire in the future, often have prior municipal service and participation in the Maine PERS retirement system, and allowing them to continue that participation is an attractive benefit. But with that introduction, I'll turn it over to Susan Cameron.
Thank you, Jim. And that was a great introduction. And simply, this is actually an administrative requirement by the Maine Public Employee Retirement System that there is officially at this time a vote by the board to move forward with creating a plan to be able to offer to our our police unit employees. So as Jim stated, this was something that we had recently agreed to in the contract negotiation.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the trustees on this? Seeing none, I'll read the text of the proposed resolution. And it's a little bit of a lengthy one, so bear with me for a minute. That the University of Maine System Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee and agrees to limited participation in the Maine PERS on the following terms. Point A, effective July 1st, 2022, University of Maine System will and does hereby join Maine PERS for its Fraternal Order of Police unit members to include police officers, dispatchers, campus security officers, and security guards who work more than 20 hours per week and who are not seasonal or temporary as defined by the appendix to the Maine PERS, Chapter 802, under Special Plan 2C. Point B, approval does not permit any other University of Maine System employee to be eligible to participate in the Maine PERS. Point C, eligible University of Maine system fraternal order of police unit members who elect to participate with Maine PERS will not be able to purchase prior service credits with Maine PERS at this time. And point D, University of Maine System Chancellor Dan Malloy is hereby authorized to sign an appropriate agreement between the University of Maine System and Maine PERS to implement this resolution and the Maine PERS participation election benefits that it authorizes. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Riley, seconded by Trustee Bartholomew. And I think that was it. Okay, so, Ellen, could you do a roll call? Roll.
Trustee Bartholomew? Trustee
Yes.
Bartholomew? Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Doak?
Yes.
Trustee Dobson?
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly?
Yes.
Trustee Ames?
Yes.
Trustee Irwin?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee Cates?
Yes.
Trustee Martin?
Yes.
Trustee McMahon?
Yes.
Trustee Michoud?
Yes.
Trustee Riley?
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo?
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Item tab 11 is the FY 2022 and FY 2023 compensation and benefit changes for non-represented management group and the non-represented faculty, including Maine law. And I'm going to turn this to Vice Chancellor Thalen for an overview.
Sure, and thanks again, Chair Gardner. I'll just briefly summarize what is in the written materials before the board on this item for approval. This was first described and presented to the HR and Labor Relations Committee of the board on January 3rd and approved there. This is to recognize that there are a number of unrepresented management group employees who are system staff or at the university level, essentially presidential cabinet level employees, again, who are not represented, as well as roughly 150 faculty across the system who are not represented. That's the Maine law faculty, the full-time faculty, and then other non-represented faculty who are faculty by rank, but have administrative appointments that take them out of a faculty labor unit. And the proposed compensation increase for FY 22 and 23 at 3% to base each year. It mirrors the increase that was made for our salaried labor unit, the UMSA unit. That was the contract settlement there. It's our historical practice to try to be in line with represented increases for employees. The management group and non-represented faculty have not had their increases approved yet for this 2-year cycle. And that's why the matter is before you today. Of course, happy to answer any questions or invite comment from the chancellor if he'd like to.
Okay, thank you.
I would simply say that Jim has summarized the standing of those employees and believe it is appropriate to treat them as such, and that's why it's on the agenda.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this topic? All right, I'll read the text of the proposed resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee and approves the management group and non-represented faculty compensation and benefit changes for FY 2022 and FY 2023 as presented. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Second.
Moved by Trustee Cates and seconded by Trustee Rotundo. Ellen, could you do a roll call vote on it, please?
Yes, I'll come back to Trustee Bartholomew. He had some technical issues and he has to reconnect.
Okay.
Trustee Kane?
Yes.
Trustee Doak?
Yes.
Trustee Dobson?
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly?
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo,
Yes.
and has trustee Bartholomew rejoined?
Yes, Ellen, thank you.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break at this point and come back in, well, I guess I'm reading, why don't we come back at 3:30? We'll start then, and we'll pick up on tab 12. Thanks.
Sir? When you go to President Hadeen for her academic program proposal, do you mind if I just make 1 minute opening comment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dokes, while we're waiting, how are your schools doing?
Well, this week we just got back. I was out last week at Caribou High School. I had no cafeteria workers.
Oh,
Yeah. And then this last week we had a red model in Fort Fairfield. We had no bus drivers. Well, we started out with 5 at the beginning of the school year, went down to 4, and we lost 2 last week. So it really shows how a small district, even 2 people can kind of close us down. It's
makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
School bus drivers seem to be a major issue all through the state right now.
Yeah. We haven't had a lot of spread in schools, and most of the spread's within the family. Once a family member gets it, then it kind of goes right through the household.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, I think we're back. Everybody's coming back. A few more trustees to come back on before we'll start. All right. Thanks everyone for coming back on time here. I want to just mention one thing before I just get to it all of a sudden, catch somebody by surprise. We decided earlier in the day that tab number 24, which is under the consent agenda, will be moved up to an action item, a standalone action item. And we're going to take that up after tab 15. So those of you that will be talking about tab 24, I just wanted to give you a heads up that when I roll from tab 15, I'll go to tab 24 and didn't want to catch anybody by surprise because we're going to pull it out of the consent agenda. Okay. So now we'll start with tab 12 under the action items. And this particular item has been receiving a lot of discussion and a lot of thought by the trustees over the last several months. And we thought we might be ready to put a statement on investment policy in front of us today. It is in the book, but for, further discussions as of this morning, we decided that we're going to defer taking action on this at this meeting, and we're going to do some more work on it, and we'll take action on it at the next meeting. And just to give a little more insight to that, I'm going to turn to Trustee Martin to say a little bit about it, and then Trustee Riley. So, Trustee Martin?
Thank you, Chair Gardner. We've been working on our investment statement for some time now, and it is an issue definitely that it's a hot topic and it concerns all of us. Climate change is real, and it's a responsibility for all of us to do the right thing. We are working with the investment, with our investment consultants to answer a few points, a few requests that were brought up by trustees, and we plan on bringing it back at the next meeting, hopefully.
Thank you. Trustee Riley?
Yeah, I think several of us, we certainly all applaud the leadership of Trustee Martin and the Investment Committee in bringing us to the point we are already leaders in de minimis investment. But I think for many of us, we want to have a further conversation with the committee, and we'll be having that discussion toward full divestment, recognizing that we have extraordinary fiduciary responsibilities, but so as a teaching and research institution, do we have an equally incredible responsibility to our students who will be most impacted by climate change in their lives if action isn't taken. So we're looking for a way to find a balance between our fiduciary responsibilities and our deep commitment to full divestment over time.
Okay, thank you. So this will get worked some more. It will be a main topic or a major topic at your upcoming investment committee meeting. I think that's March 3rd, is it, Kelly?
Yes, that's correct. March 3rd, we'll be discussing this at our investment committee meeting.
Okay.
And do we know what time that meeting is?
I believe it's 9 to 12. I'd have to check to make sure, but I believe it's March 3rd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
That's correct. 9 to
Set that
12.
up. It is, Ellen?
Yep, 9 to 12. So if you can make, as trustees, if you can make it, it is open to the trustees, all of them. It would be good if we can have that discussion there and then hopefully be ready to look at something at the next Board of Trustees meeting to act on. Thank you. Moving now to the next tab, which is tab 13. This is our FY22 and FY 2023 IT capital spending plan. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Information Officer, Dr. Demers, and I believe he's going to give us an overview of it.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Gardner, and good afternoon to the members of the Board of Trustees and my colleagues who are present here today. On behalf of the entire University Main System IT team, we truly appreciate the opportunity to present the fiscal 22-23 IT capital spending plan for your consideration today. For some background and some context, the 2018 UMS IT strategic plan called for a number of improvements to our information technology infrastructure and services provided to the community to enhance overall operational efficiency and reliability, as well as help support the Unified Accreditation Initiative. Under the strategic plan, the IT leadership team has outlined several critical needs requiring significant investment, along with the recently approved Repaving Main Street initiative. With ever-expanding reliance on information technologies and electronic tools to effectively communicate, teach, and learn, it is paramount that the university promote and maintain data and in addition, make sure our systems are effective, accessible, reliable, and resilient. I love those words. In addition, our security and protection of the university's data remains a key priority despite the never-ending and constantly evolving threat of cyber attacks. In light of these priorities, we present to you a $3.945 million capital spending plan designed to focus on both deferred and emerging technology needs in 4 critical areas. Those are disaster recovery and business continuity, enhanced information security, improved network reliability, enhanced change management, and incident response tools. While the detailed breakdown of each project with estimated costs is presented in your board packet, I'd like to highlight just a few individual projects included in that list. First, expanding our consolidated enterprise storage and server virtualization infrastructure will facilitate our ability to ensure server backup and offsite replication functionality. This will, in effect, serve to enhance enterprise failover capacity and ensure business continuity in the event of a disaster in or near the Orono or Portland data centers. Next, investment in a commercial digital forensics platform, along with improved network firewall services, will facilitate both Network Main and the Information Security Office's ability to detect, trace, isolate, and respond to cyber threats. Cyber attacks have been on the rise, particularly in the higher education sector, and our need to ensure protection of sensitive data stores has never been greater. Third, with the recent completion, I should say, of the bond-funded wireless infrastructure project and the recently approved wireless maintenance project, the need for improved IP address management has become critical. We have survived for the past few decades now using a homegrown solution that, while serving its purpose admirably, has truly reached the limit of its capabilities. A commercial solution will offer not only enhanced network access, it will also improve our overall network security and operational efficiency. Lastly, with the upcoming Repaving Main Street initiative and the breadth of offices and stakeholders that will be impacted by this major project, the need for a robust, enterprise-wide service and change management platform is critical. By incorporating documentation processes during development of the new Main Street environment into a service management platform, we will be much better positioned to respond to and resolve service incidents in a timely fashion. I'd like to point out the funding for all of these projects included in this request has been identified and secured from the temporary investment income pool and is available immediately to support these efforts. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions you might have regarding this request or any of the specific projects included. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Demers? Well, your reputation precedes you. You've done very well with your requests and coming on time and on budget. So,
Chair Gardner, I know I'm not going to get another crack at this next year after Ryan's report. So we got to spend the money now.
Okay. I'll read the text of the proposed resolution and we'll move it. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system to expand up to $3,945,000 for deferred and emerging technology initiatives. The funding source will be the previously earned temporary investment income. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Donnelly, seconded by Trustee Erlen. Any discussion? No more? Will you take a vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll move now to tab 14, which is the renovation of 274 Front Street for the expansion of the University of Maine Farmington Suite Winter Childcare and Early Education Center. I believe President Cerner is not with us today. I believe Provost Brown is, and obviously Vice Chancellor Placido is too. So I'm not sure who is going to take this, but I'll turn it over to either Provost Brown or Placido.
I believe Eric, but I'm happy to make some comments if he's not available. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Sure. I can chime in. Yeah, thanks, Trustee Gardner. I think the case is summarized well in the materials. This is a renovation of a facility, the purchase of which was approved by the trustees back in 2019. So we have been eager to move on this for some time now, and approval of this would allow for renovation upwards of I think $3.1 million. Some of that money is still contingent on approval of outside funding, but we are prepared for this project to go forward. The impact, I think, on both the campus and on early childhood education really in the region is going to be significant. And I'm happy to answer any questions that aren't outlined already in the materials, but grateful for the support that the trustees have already shown in this project, and the Chancellor and his team as well.
Quickly offering my support, and think this is a great niche for the institution and a great need of their community. So thank you for your leadership. And I think Carolyn is on. She may have some comment to welcome your comments, Carolyn.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. I offered to step in and assist on this agenda item, but Provost Brown did a great job doing a brief summary, and I'm happy to fill in any blanks if there are any questions that I can add relevance to. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Any questions from the trustees or any comments on this particular proposal?
Can I just say that this substantially increases the volume of activity and education that can occur for young citizens and residents, and it also increases substantially our training ability around those programs and for the education program at the university. This is an exceptional building. On one of our visits, most of the presidents had the opportunity to see the building and experience it firsthand, as well as review the designs for it. We have allocated, I think, $1 million of the state fund, the federal funds flowing to the state funds flowing to us. We also specifically allotted $1 million towards this project. So the students in our university benefit, and young students in the community benefit. It's a win-win.
Yep. Yes. All right. Any more comments? I'll read the text of the resolution and then look to see if we can move it. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine at Farmington, to expend up to $3,100,000 comprised of the 2018 bond, congressionally directed spending earmarks, foundation awards, and the Maine Job Recovery Act for the renovations to 274 Front Street as a new home for the Sweet Winter Child Care and Early Education Center. The approved initial spending limit is set at $1,500,000, with the additional $1,600,000 to be authorized by the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor of Finance Administration and the Treasurer, contingent upon attaining confirmation that the Maine Jobs Recovery Funds, as well as the congressionally directed spending earmarks. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bartholomew, and I saw Trustee Eames' hands up for a second. Ellen, can you take a roll call?
She didn't back down.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Misher,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Well, thank you. It's good. Good project. We're going to keep on moving here because we still have a few more to get through. Tab number 15 is a new program proposal. It's a Doctorate of Nursing Practice, or DNP, at the University of Maine, Fort Kent. And I know President Hedin's going to speak to it. Before I turn to her, I believe Vice Chancellor Placido would like to say a few words.
Thank you, sir. I want to offer my support and recommendation for UMFK to offer this program. The Doctor of Nursing practice will improve their overall program quality, meet critical state workforce need, and secure their position as a leader in nursing. I have every confidence that the UMFK faculty are the right group to transform nursing education in Maine. Look forward to hearing President Hedin's comments.
Chair Gardner and trustees, the University of Maine at Fort Kent is seeking permission to offer a Doctor of Nursing Practice DNP program as a continued credentialing pathway from our proposed Master of Science in Nursing program. The DNP program has a start date of summer 2024. The UMFK Doctor of Nursing Practice program is an online accelerated format with multiple start dates. The design of this program is to meet the needs of working professionals in order to advance their education in a transformative way. The development of curriculum and recruitment for the DNP program will be in collaboration with academic partnerships. There is a demand for individuals with DNP degrees by a variety of employers, showing 19% growth regionally over the next 10 years, 10% growth nationwide, a steady increase of jobs through 2030. University of Southern Maine has a hybrid Doctor of Nursing Practice program. There will be collaboration opportunities for both programs to align curriculum, faculty instruction, and graduate policies and procedures. We will have conversations with University of Maine as we develop the doctoral program infrastructure. UMFK has had an undergraduate pre-licensure nursing program for 34 years. Our nursing program has a strong reputation for academic rigor and high quality instruction. We continue to meet Commission of Collegiate Nursing Education expectations in terms of graduation completion rates of greater than 70% or higher, National Council licensure examination for registered nurses, first-time pass rates of greater than 80%, and employment rates of greater than 70%. UMFK's nursing program has been delivering online courses for 18 years. All online courses meet Quality Matters standards. Quality Matters is the gold standard of high-quality online course development and delivery. The Doctor of Nursing practice and the Master of Science in Nursing programs will be developed with the same levels of academic rigor with alignment to the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education Standards and Quality Matters online instruction that have been part of our signature undergraduate pre-licensure nursing program since 1988. Dean Aaron Susi, Division of Nursing and Professional Sciences, has joined us to assist with questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the trustees? Okay, seeing none, you did well. No questions. I do want to I'll make a comment more than a question. It's pleasing to hear how you and University of Southern Maine and UMaine are going to work together on this. This is very important to us. So it's good to do that. With that said, I'll read the proposed resolution and we'll see if we can move it. That the Board of Trustees authorizes the creation of the Doctorate of Nursing program, Doctorate of Nursing practice degree for the University of Maine at Fort Kent.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Doak. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Martin. Ellen,
I believe that was Trustee Misher.
I saw Trustee Martin.
Okay.
Sorry. I saw and heard Trustee Martin first.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doe,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Misher,
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. All right. As I mentioned when we came back from the break, looking at the agenda in the consent agenda, item tab number 24, we made the decision earlier in the morning here to bring that up and actually discuss it here and approve it through the action of a vote here rather than the consent agenda. This is the 304th Street renovation and fit out for increase in the University of Maine and University of Maine Law School. And I think I'm going to turn it over to the Chancellor to kick it off, but I'm sure there's quite a few people who want to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to kick this discussion off. And by the way, I think it's appropriate that the public receive a report on the status of this project and an update as well. First and foremost, as has the board has previously taken action to approve a lease with a purchase option, a lease for up to 10 years with a purchase price that can be acted upon should the system decide to buy the property. That price is, I think, rather favorable to our institution should we decide that it's in our best interest to purchase the property. No doubt the law school needed a new home in as much as the building it's currently located it has substantial challenges. And quite frankly, it never was properly designed for a law school. For instance, the largest class in any law school is the incoming first 1L class. If you're a 1L at the University of Maine, you sit in a room for most of the day with no windows. There are other problems with the building. It would require a substantial retrofit at great expense. And quite frankly, I think at this point, it would be very difficult to limit the amount of expenditure around that building to return it to what it was originally designed to do. Having said that, this option, because the pandemic presented itself at a favorable site in downtown, Portland almost steps away from the commercial center and the judicial center of Maine. With respect to that, it is time to, a lot of work has been done around the current building. It's redesigned for the use of the law school and the MBA program. The MBA program itself, largely online, has over 402 students. 71% of those students are from the state of Maine, and quite frankly, it needs a long-term home, if not a permanent home, as well. I was asked to comment on the potentially favorable pricing with respect to the building. Suffice it to say, I've checked with our department that interfaces with the marketplace on the cost of new buildings. For instance, if a new building was to be built at Southern Maine, University of Southern Maine at this time, what is the likely cost per square foot compared to what the cost per square foot would be if at some subsequent date a decision was made to exercise that option. Currently, we are receiving warnings that the cost ranges somewhere between $750 and $1,000 a square foot. That is projected to increase, perhaps not necessarily increase, although there may be a temporarily lower costs on a short-term basis once the supply chain issues get worked out. Having said that, buildings are getting substantially more expensive, at least is what we're told. And we do have a number of projects that we are communicating on, just to be in touch, so that when we come to you and say we think a project's going to cost a certain amount of money, we can give you the range of that. So for instance, if we were to build a 64,000 square foot facility on the campus, it would cost us somewhere between $48 million and $64 million. I would remind you that if we were to do that, we are probably 3 or 4 years away from breaking ground. That's why that higher number probably is closer to the number that would be necessary to do that kind of work. And that would only meet the needs of the comparable 64,000 square feet that are available to us at a substantially beneficial price, which would be would be under $500 a square foot. So we're talking about, if we could start the building at the University of Southern Maine, say in 18 months, we're talking about a price differential, if we were to exercise, at a discount of somewhere between 25 and 50%. That is kind of a back of the envelope characterization, I will admit, but it is based on our fairly constant monitoring of the marketplace and particularly our interface with architectural and engineering firms. So I was asked to give a report on that. I've now given that to the best of my ability based on information that we could garner from existing staff, as well as conversations that are taking place on those issues. We do have Lee Softly, the dean of the law school, who has done yeoman's work on bringing us to the point where we can start the renovations and reasonably be hopeful that the 1L class that would otherwise be windowless will have windows come September. And we also are joined with Joan Farini-Mundy, whose MBA program, which can be taught in a consolidated way with faculty from the University of Southern Maine, is also available for that discussion. With that, I think because because Lee's doing most of the work, we should at least hear something from her, and I'll be quiet from now on.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll give you a very quick overview of what we're looking at this point. We think that the final total investment in the renovations for this 64,000 square feet of incredible opportunity is going to be about $13.5 million. You have, and I'm grateful for this, authorized the first $6 million so that we could begin to order materials and get early ordering in and save some funds that way. We're asking today that you authorize the next 5.5, and we are likely to be back again once more for the final small piece of the investment in this building. It will include the law school, the Graduate and Professional Center, the Graduate School of Business, the University of Maine's Gateway in Portland, and a number of other groups from the University of Maine. We've already begun using the building for some meetings to begin the collaborations. It's incredibly exciting. We're starting to hear from law firms, from businesses. As the chancellor says, the building is right in the middle of everything. The one challenge that being right in the middle of everything brings is parking. It's the first question we get from students and from others in the area. And I just wanted you to know that we have in fact contracted with 3 separate parking garages right around 300 4th Street. We are working on a plan for student, staff, and faculty and visitors who we hope will be plentiful. We also have for our intrepid students and 1 or 2 of our faculty, a room in which all of their bicycles can be secured. They have to promise me they will not ride their bicycle in January, but there's a locker room. There's plenty of space for the bicycles, and we are touring our current students, and soon we'll be touring applicants through the building if we can get past the hard hats, who I'm hoping will start soon. And while we're touring current students through the building, we are having them do that by using the Portland public transportation system. So they're all getting accustomed to how they will take the buses to reach the building. The great news is that across New England, applications to law schools have plummeted since last year, when they were all increasing. But at the University of Maine School of Law, applications are up 12%. So there's a lot of excitement around this building, around the signature programs that go with the building. And I'm so grateful for all of your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. President Frimundi, would you like to say a few things? Or?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Gardner. I would just like to add that we in the University of Maine community are very excited about the possibilities here. As Dean Softly has mentioned, the abilities for us to interact across business, law, public policy with the Portland business community will be remarkable for this very fast-growing MBA program that we conduct in partnership with the University of Southern Maine. So being able to have this space and this location will help advance our work there. And in addition, as we move forward with the new Harold Alfond Foundation Award that came in last year, the opportunities for graduate programs in the engineering fields will also be enhanced by this location.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else with any comments?
Chair Gardner.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. I just have a comment, and that's that I'd really like to congratulate Dean Softly, President Farini-Mundi, on getting us to where we are. I can remember, and I was trying to look back at my notes, I think it was less than a year ago that this project was all but dead, it seemed like at one point. And I want to congratulate you on your willingness or your ability to pivot very quickly. And by doing so, we have the law school in a very desirable building. But not only that, we're getting the graduate, the MBA program into good space. And the opportunities really do seem to be endless here. So I just want to congratulate you all. I think that you do have a couple of challenges with the parking. And I'll just say out loud that this board has made a commitment to USM for a large dormitory, and we had assumed some of those dorms would be taken up by the law students. And I'd like to make sure that that is encouraged and that support remains there. But congratulations to you all and on saving money and expediting the time frame.
Thank you. Others? All right. I'll read the text of the proposed resolution on this topic. that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine and the University of Maine School of Law, acting through the University of Maine system, to expend an additional $5.5 million for a total of $11,500,000 for the design, permitting, renovations, and fit out of space at 300 4th Street, Portland. The funding sources will be the gifts and other sources as identified by the Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration and the Treasurer and the Chancellor. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Donnelly,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Cates. Ellen, can you take a roll call?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon, trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
I'll go back to trustee McMahon. You may be having technical issues. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to our consent agenda. And by the way, congratulations on continuing to move that building along and that work. Well done.
Mr. Chair, can I say this one? So I was just thinking about the public comment we had today about the old law school building, and I think it's just important we say out loud, nothing about the resolution we just put in place makes any decisions about the building that is currently there. And I think just in case that wonderful, nice person is still listening or tracking this meeting, we did not just make any decisions about the building the law school will be vacating. That will be part of many future conversations, I'm sure. But just what we did was about where they're going, not about where they're leaving.
Correct. Yep, good point. Thank you, Emily. Absolutely. And I assume somebody will get back to, we'll get back to that gentleman on citizens' comment as to what thoughts and actions we might do at some point with that building. All righty. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Donnelly for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have items in tab 16, the acceptance of minutes. Tab 17, a new academic program proposal for the master's. Oh, no, we pulled that out, didn't we?
No, that's in there.
Oh, the Master of Science, yes, Master of Science in Nursing. Tab 18, the establishment of the Elliot R. Barker the third professorship in chemical engineering at University of Maine. Tab 19, the establishment of the Dan 63 and Betty Churchill professorship in climate policy and international affairs at University of Maine. Tab 20, the establishment of the Norman B. Stetson 62 professorship in electrical and computer engineering at University of Maine. Tab 21, renaming of the former North Stevens Hall at University of Maine. Tab 22, Vernal Energy Engineering Education and Design Center budget update, University of Maine. Tab 23, the Priority 1 athletic field improvements for University of Maine. Tab 25, the Wadeen Hall renovation and project budget modification and internal loan request for UMaine Presque Isle. And tab 26, science building renovation for the Dubiak Center expansion at USM. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And Ellen, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yeah.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. And before I turn it over to the chairman, this consent agenda is full of things to celebrate, and we've talked about them. But if you haven't read them and you're listening in, it would be worth your time to take an opportunity to flip through of so many of the great things happening throughout the system. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn the gavel back over to you.
Thank you. And we have one more very important item to discuss in this meeting, and that is tab 27, which is an update for us on the unified accreditation and the unified catalog update. And I believe I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor St. John.
Don't bother, Chair Gardner. It's a terrible title. You don't have to worry about the title. It's you just call me Jeff. That'll do it for me.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. So 2 items for you today, and they're both relatively quick. The first, at its September 2021 meeting, NECHI reviewed the report prepared by the 2-member team who evaluated us last May of 2021, assessing our progress in implementing unified accreditation and some ongoing work on competency-based education programs at UMaine Presque Isle. Following that September meeting, NECHI sent us a letter summarizing the commission's findings. The letter was dated November 29. We received it on the 1st of December. And I say that only to note the long lag between the actual visit last May and receiving the letter in December. We were grateful to receive the letter. I was grateful to receive it because the chancellor asked about it a couple of times. I don't like not having answers to questions that the chancellor asks me. So it was nice to finally see that come in. Last May's visit, again, serving to assess our progress under unified accreditation. The NECHI letter responds to that and also provides us important feedback, both for the self-study and for our preparations for the fall visit this October. For all of these reasons, this letter, the November 29 letter, is important to us, it's important to NECHI, and it's important to the team that will come to visit us this fall. The visiting team will look at really 2 pieces of documentation above all others: the most recent letter from the commission assessing where the institution stands as it prepares to be reviewed, and the self-study that's the basis for the review. So the letter is important. In the letter, NECHI thanks us for having prepared a, quote, comprehensive report in advance of the visit last May, the report that the team used to understand where we were before they came, and also noted our specific attention to areas they'd asked us to focus on after granting us unified accreditation in July of 2020. I should also say that they further praised the other report we submitted as part of the May visit on UMPI's CBE programs. Carolyn Dorsey was the chief architect of that report. She did a superb job preparing it, in my view. NECHI's letter further listed areas of emphasis that the commission will ask us to address in the self-study, some of which are already known to you, such as further development of internal shared governance, including the Faculty Governance Council work, and further advancement of the research funding model and doctoral education at UMaine. We'll share updates in all of the areas NECHI's asked us to in the self-study, while also, as Jim Thalen noted earlier today, using the self-study to explain and describe initial stages of strategic planning and the alignment of strategic planning and other strategic initiatives with the ongoing work of unified accreditation and vice versa. In sum, in my estimate, and I've shared this with the Chancellor and with Jim, the November 29 NECHI letter represents a positive initial appraisal of our work under unified accreditation, and it suggests that we're on good footing with NECHI as we ramp up for the comprehensive evaluation in October. Final point about this letter, in keeping with NECHI's encouragement that institutions it accredits share evaluation letters of this kind with its constituencies, their constituencies, we've done that here. We shared the November 29 letter with the Faculty Governance Council leadership shortly after receiving it. We also shared it with the AFLM leadership, and we've posted it on the Unified Accreditation website. Second update addresses Unified Catalog Initiative. I met with the President's Council and the Chief Academic Officers in December to outline our plan for engaging faculty beginning this spring in this work. I also updated the Faculty Governance Council on our intentions for this spring. I've met with one faculty group thus far, the USM and UMA cybersecurity group. I'll meet with them again this week, the USM faculty. I'll meet with a general interest group tomorrow comprising faculty from several campuses, which will quickly expand to all of our campuses, who would like to work on Unified Catalog related issues. And I'm also meeting with the MGI, the Maine Geospatial Institute faculty this Friday, which, as you know, represents a system-wide footprint. We already have faculty from all of our campuses who want to work on academic activity in and around Main Street to make improvements for students and faculty, both those involved in multi-campus academic programs and all other students otherwise. We intend to use the work with faculty this spring really to achieve two ends. The first, and I'm grateful to conversations previously with Robert Placido, Carolyn Dorsey, and Rosa Rodonnet about both of these issues. Faculty are interested in development of a guide for faculty who are interested in working on or building a multi-campus program. At present, we have a number of different models. We have a number of different MOUs in operation right now. But to help faculty in the future who want to develop a multi-campus program avoid having to go through trial and error, we'd like to capitalize on the insights and experience of their colleagues in other programs who've already done this work and can share a path forward. Secondly, and to my way of thinking crucially, we will use our work with faculty this spring to identify academic policies and practices that we can align to make navigating our universities simpler and more efficient for our students. We have a number of academic policies that are worded slightly differently across our campuses, and they have the net effect of comprising a set of puzzle pieces that cannot be put together to form a puzzle, even though you have all the pieces. They also represent a real challenge for students who are trying to navigate more than one of our universities, either taking one course somewhere else and bringing it back to their home institution, or participating in a multi-university collaboration or academic program. Putting together what Carolyn Dorsey said earlier today about the number of students who face mental health and behavioral health difficulties with what Trustee Riley said about the importance of retention, we shouldn't be throwing up even one roadblock unnecessarily in front of our students when they're trying to navigate our universities, and working with faculty, being led by faculty, and understanding how we can align some of these key academic policies to make movement for students across our campuses simpler and more successful will not only be a precursor to the work of Unified Catalog in conjunction with the Repaving Main Street initiative, but it's something that we can do now. We don't have to wait on technical upgrades as part of the Repaving Main Street work. We can begin this work now, and we can make changes now, again, as led and guided by our faculty and in consultation with Robert's office and with the CAOs and the presidents and others. Many of the barriers to student success, and I'll close with this, that we've identified are not tied to limitations in our current Main Street setup, but really to these minor differences in policies and practices across our institution. We believe we can improve retention, time to degree, and completion significantly through this work. Removing these barriers, again, doesn't require making technical changes in Main Street, so there's no reason to wait. We'd like to address them beginning now. So that's my update. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or thoughts? Yes, maybe Trustee Dobson, but you're just moving your computer, I think. Comments from anyone?
If no one else is going to say anything, let me just say this about Jeff. He's doing stellar work, and he has the right temperament and intellect, and people want to work with him and couldn't be happier than to have him on the team and have him working on these two major initiatives. If you want to, if you want to implement unified accreditation fully, an important tool will be that place where all students, faculty, and staff can go and understand what's being offered and where.
Yep. Very good. It's good to hear that there aren't too many technical barriers to really making that happen. So that's good. All right, we're at the end of our long day, and so maybe we ought to move next time, Jeff, have you earlier in the day.
Wherever
So,
you'd like me, Chair Gardner, thank you.
So with that, I think we're at the end of our agenda. Let me look, double check here that I'm not missing something. I believe we are. I would just note that our next meeting will be on March 27th and 28th if it's in person. If it's not in person, it will be a single day like today was, but hopefully we can be in person. I don't want to jinx it, but really it'd be good if we could get one in person here at some point. But that's more under the control of the virus than ourselves at the moment. That said, Ellen, what do we need to do here? Is there a vote need to be taken to?
You don't need a vote to adjourn.
All right, anybody want to keep going? No, I don't see anybody jumping to keep going. So I think we'll call the meeting to an end. I want to thank everybody for all the information that was exchanged and the presentations. They were very good, and appreciate all the effort it takes to do this, particularly doing it by Zoom as well as we do. And well done to everybody. Thank you.